our 3D art gallery. Walk through and get a virtual and immersive experience of an art gallery. Bring glamour to your home. Buy a beautiful piece of Islamic art at www.islamicartsociety.org. Visit our 3D art gallery. Walk through and get a virtual and immersive experience of an art gallery. Bring glamour to your home. Buy a beautiful piece of Islamic art at www.islamicartsociety.org. Visit our 3D art gallery. Walk through and get a virtual and immersive experience of an art gallery. Bring glamour to your home. Buy a beautiful piece of Islamic art at www.islamicartsociety.org.
Hello everyone, welcome to the 7th Annual Islamic Art Festival that is happening today. My name is Nizar Maknoja. I'm an artist. Assalamu alaikum. I'm so happy to be here and very excited as the festival's going on online. I would suggest you guys check it out. Islamic Art Festival 2020. Um, I've been with Islamic Art Society since last 7 years. From the beginning, of course, the first exhibition they did was in 2014. Um, can't believe it's been almost 7 years now, and Islamic Art Society has grown a lot. Um, they have requested me to do this live demo for you guys today, and here I am. Before any delay, let's get started. So what I'm going to do is that I already have a sketch of Sufi. I'm not sure if you guys can see or not. Because of the not enough time, I've already sketched out what I want to paint. So guys, so far what I've done is use the acrylic ink and lots of water, just so the paint would drip. And now we begin the painting process where I'm going to start using the acrylic paint.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Nihal. I am Ebru artist with Islamic Art Society. Today I am going to show you Ebru art.
our 3D art gallery. Walk through and get a virtual and immersive experience of an art gallery. Bring glamour to your home. Buy a beautiful piece of Islamic art at www.islamicartsociety.org.
My name is Mansoor Purhan.
My name is Fee Kinyamahanga.
My name is Innocent Bugingo.
I have a special immigrant visa from Afghanistan,
From Congo.
I'm Congolese.
and I was eligible to apply for a special immigrant visa.
And when I came, I was
A refugee.
I was welcomed by RSD, and they supported me at the beginning, and they welcomed me at the airport.
When I got here, I found that everything in the apartment was set up, like from refugee camp to United States. It was like a miracle.
they was the one that helping us with everything. Like
Applying for me food stamp, house.
And it was wonderful.
What has been a really big success for you since you came?
so when I came, I was in middle school. We were walking outside, going home, and then I saw girls running outside. I'm like, is that a sport? Can girls do that? So I started doing track and cross country when I was in high school. And then luckily I got a scholarship to a college. So now I'm like the first person in my family who graduated from university.
Having like a permanent job, wife. I got married. Oh, that was the number one success.
Whenever I go home and I see my kids are happy, they are happy, and my wife is happy.
What is your hope for people to know about other refugees coming?
A lot of refugees are educated and they really, really want to learn a lot.
There is only one way you can have hope once getting here, just working hard.
My hope is for the people to help as much as they can. Like becoming as refugees is not like always a first choice. They need the community support.
Is there anything else you want to say?
No.
Visit our 3D art gallery. Walk through and get a virtual and immersive experience of an art gallery. Bring glamour to your home. Buy a beautiful piece of Islamic art at www.islamicartsociety.org.
The Islamic Arts Society aims to share the rich heritage of arts in Islam. We organize events to celebrate our culture and promote the positive image of our community. By promoting Islamic arts, we hope to help build bridges and to bring the broader American community together. Our flagship event is the Islamic Arts Festival in fall every year that attracts over 5,000 people. The festival brings together people from diverse faiths, backgrounds, and cultures for a day of fun, festivity, and learning. The Islamic Art Society organizes exhibitions in museums and libraries. We arrange Islamic art days, lectures, and classes. We have participated in the Asia Festival and the International Festival, and our live art demonstrations bring color to these events. Our interactive sessions on Ebru, henna, and calligraphy are very popular and provide excellent source of education and entertainment.
I am so fortunate to be part of such an amazing organization. Originally founded on a joint passion of promoting the beauty of Islamic art, the blessings that have come out of it have been of such tremendous proportions. It has given so many artists an outlet to share with the greater community their work, talent, and most of all, build their spirits and those of others. There was a piece I once displayed at our very first Islamic Art Festival back in 2014, and that was of a parable of a tree, a passage from the Quran that expresses, "A good deed is like a blessed tree whose roots are firmly fixed and its branches extend out to the heavenly sky." And this is still the most perfect way I would describe IAS even now, is an ever-growing tree whose impacting ways far-reaching beyond what we can even see.
Visit our 3D art gallery. Walk through and get a virtual and immersive experience of an art gallery. Bring glamour to your home. Buy a beautiful piece of Islamic art at www.islamicartsociety.org.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad. Storytelling is a form of communication that speaks to both mind and heart. It is an age-old expression and narration of life's laughs, loves, and mysteries. Every culture has used tales, fables, legends, and epics as a method of describing or teaching about what is enduring in the events and conditions of what it means to be human. Storytelling's beauty is how each individual culture embroiders and colors its tales, yet simultaneously unfolds its universal theme. Storytelling is a banquet where all are invited and none leave hungry. For decades, storytelling artist Benjamin van Hatem has delighted a wide range of audiences with his unique and unusual repertoire of tales from the world of Islam. In addition to being rich and entertaining, this program addresses the need to introduce audiences to an important and often misunderstood faith, and the need to promote understanding of the many diverse cultures represented within the world of Islam. So, enjoy traveling around the world with us on our narrative caravan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Once in the far land of Western China, there was a farmer. And this farmer owned a small farm. On one of his fields, he had a beautiful, beautiful stallion. And this stallion was worth everything to him because it would take his cart to town, it would help him plow his fields, it would help him carry loads for him. But one day, there was a thunderstorm, and the thunderstorm came over, and there was a big, big thunderclap, and the stallion had reared up, and it broke through the fence that surrounded the paddock, and it ran off across the steppes into the mountains. And the neighbor, he came out, and he saw the stallion running across the steppes towards the mountains, and he came up to the farmer and said, what a terrible thing, look at this stallion, you rely on it for everything, and now it's gone, what will you do? And the farmer looked at him and says, I don't know if it's for better or for worse, but mashallah, that's the way Allah willed it, mashallah. Well, the day went by and the next day came, and late in the afternoon at the next day, lo and behold there, out of the mountains came the stallion. And it wasn't alone, it had brought with him a wild mare. And it led the mare into the paddock, and there the farmer came and he fixed the fence around the paddock, around the pasture. And there suddenly there was two horses, one a stallion and a mare. And the neighbor came out and says, what a lucky man you are, look at you. You have two horses now. If you tame that mare, you'll be able to do twice the work. You will be able to plow twice the fields, and you will be able to take twice the load to town. What a lucky man you are. And the farmer looked at him and says, I don't know if it's for better or for worse, but that's the way Allah willed it, mashallah. Well, the next day it happened that the son of the farmer, he tried to break the mare, and as he was trying to break the mare and rode it, suddenly he was thrown off, and his leg was terribly broken in several places. The neighbor came out to the farmer and says, look at this. What a terrible thing for your son. His leg is broken. This is going to take a long, long time to heal, and you won't have any help. What a terrible thing. The farmer looked at him and said, I don't know if it's for better or for worse, but mashallah, that's the way Allah willed it, mashallah. Well, it just so happened that a week later, messengers came from the king of that land, and they were rounding up all the young men to bring them to the army, to bring them to battle. And as the farmer and his neighbor stood there watching the neighbor's son being taken by the messengers to the army, the neighbor turned to his neighbor, the farmer, and said, oh, you're a lucky man. Your son's a lucky man. Look at him. His leg is broken in so many places that even the army won't take him. You're a lucky man. And the farmer looked at him and says, I don't know if it's for better or for worse, but that's the way Allah wanted it. MashaAllah. And this story goes on and on and on, and you can take from it what you will. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Once there was a stone cutter, and this stone cutter worked very, very hard, cutting stone, chopping stone, and for little pay, and he was not contented. And day after day after day, he did his heavy labor, working, cutting stone. And he wished one day, as he saw a rich man passing by, he said, I wish I was a rich man. I wish I could sit like him in my room and have servants fan me so I can relax. And an angel from the heavens passed by and heard him and came to him and said, it will be as you wish. And suddenly there he was. He sat in this room, he was a rich man. And the servants stood by, and with palm fronds, they cooled him down as he sat there. And he sat there for several days until one day, the king of that country came by. And there, as he rode in his palanquin, and there were servants before him, there were soldiers behind him. And he looked at the king of that country and he said, MashaAllah, look at that. This is a king. His heart was not contented. And he said, look, he has servants before him, soldiers behind him. He's being carried around. I wish I was the king. And the angel came and it heard him and said, okay, you will be a king. And there suddenly he was. He was the king. And he was being carried, and there were servants before him and soldiers behind him. And he sat there as the king in the courtyard, receiving his people. He sat there under the palanquin. And it was a beautiful sunny day. And as he sat there, the sun started beaming down on him. And it became hotter and hotter and hotter. And suddenly he started sweating. And he was not contented anymore as he looked up. Because there he looked and said, look, there is one that's mightier than I. It's the sun. I wish to be the sun. Well, the angel came down from the heavens and said, you will be the sun. And there he was the sun. He was there in the sky, beaming down on all the world. And he was drying up the waters. He was shriveling the plants. And everything sought shade under the trees. He was burning the trees up. People sought shade in their houses. Everybody fled before the might of his burning might of the sun. Until suddenly a storm cloud floated in through the heavens. And where the storm cloud was, his rays did not reach. And green grasses started growing again. And the cloud grew and grew and grew. And more grasses. And it started raining. And the cloud started raining and raining and raining. And wherever it grew, more and more greenery came up. And his rays did not reach. And he looked down at that cloud and said, look at that. There is one that is mightier than I. I wish to be that storm cloud. Well, there he was. The angel came down from the heavens and said, you will be that storm cloud. And suddenly there he was a storm cloud. And he floated over the land and it rained harder and harder and harder. And the rivers flooded and the creeks flooded and the people sought shelter in their houses on the high ground because so much water was coming down. And he rained harder and harder and everything floated away and everything it fled before his might until suddenly he came upon a large rock. And he rained down upon it, harder and harder and harder and harder. But the rock did not move. And he threw all his might, his warrior might, onto that rock. But there it stayed and it did not move. And finally he looked at it and says, there is one that is mightier than I. I wish to be that rock. And the angel came from the heavens and said, it will be as you wish. And suddenly there he was that rock. And there he stood in his stony might, immobile. And everything passed by him had to go out of its way. It had to pass on his right, pass on his left. And there he stood in his stony might. And everything passed. Until one day, suddenly, at the foot of that stony might, he felt something. And there was a stone cutter that came up to the stone. And he took a chisel and he drove it into a wedge, a crack in the stone. And he started taking his maul and beating it and beating it and beating it, and suddenly a piece of rock came off and cracked off. And he looked worried and says, "Ah, look at this one, he is mightier than I." And he said, "Ah, I wish to be that stone cutter." And the angel came from the heavens, and "It will be as you wish." And there suddenly he was. He was a stone cutter, and he worked hard, long, long hours for little pay. But from that day on, he was contented. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the early days of Islam, Sayyidina Ali had moved to Kufa from Medina after he became the Khalifa, and so it was the Khalifal city of Islam. And since it was the capital city, many people came from all over and settled in the city where the Khalifa lived. Now one day, as Sayyidina Ali was walking down the streets, he saw a servant girl sitting just outside the market, and she was crying and crying. And he looked at her and said it was his duty to look after all his people, and he cared for his people. He went up to her and says, "Ah, tell me, girl, what happened? What's the problem?" And she looked at him, and she did not know him, but he had a kind face as he looked at her, and she said, "Ah, it so happened that I'm a servant girl to this merchant, and he sent me to the market to buy dates. And I bought him a bag of dates, and then I brought it home, but he did not like the dates. So he sent me back to the market, to the merchant who sold the dates. And I asked him to get the money back and bring the dates back. We hadn't taken one of the dates from it. And I came to the market stall, and he chased me away. He would not let me return the dates, take the money back. He chased me away. And now I'm here, because if I go home to my master, the merchant, he will beat me because I don't have the money. And if I go back to the market, he will also chase me away and chastise me. What am I to do? And Sayyidina Ali, he looked at him, come with me. And they walked into the market. And there they went to the dates, the date merchant stall. And the dates merchant, who had only recently moved to Kufa, in the market, in the souk, he stood there and he did not know who Sayyidina Ali was. And there he saw the servant girl coming with a man beside them who was supposedly to help him. And he started berating them because of what they wanted to do. Until finally somebody came around and told him who this was. This was not just anybody. This was the Khalifa. This was Sayyidina Ali. And as soon as he did, he ran from behind his stall and he threw himself on the floor and said, pardon me. I did not know who you were. And Ali looked at him with great displeasure and said, but when it was an honest servant girl who wanted to return the wares, you didn't care. But now when it's power and authority over you, you throw yourself on the ground and rub yourself in the dust. And at that moment, the merchant who had heard about the servant girl and Sayyidina Ali taking her to the market, he came running up and says, please, look at all the trouble she's caused you. No, please, pardon me. And Sayyidina Ali looked at him and he realized he did not care about anybody. He didn't care about the servant girl, no. He only cared about himself and how he would look in the eyes of the Khalifa. And he turned to both of them and said, you see, you come here, you say you're Muslims, but Islam has not entered your heart yet. Its mercy, its goodness, its honesty is far, far from you. Which action of yours do you think would please Allah? And with that, he walked away, and of course the servant girl was given the money back to give to her master. But inshallah they learned a lesson. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Once there was a sultan, and the sultan found that his royal treasury was being depleted. There was less and less coming in. and he found no solution. He had no idea where the money was going, found no way, no solution to replenish his treasury. And he was in a quandary. And finally he decided, he called one of his messengers and sent him out to one of the wise ones, one of the wise people in that country, a sheikh whom he knew had a lot of wisdom. And the messenger came to the wise one and says, "Ya Baba, please tell me, the king sent me. His royal treasury is being depleted, and he wants to know from you what advice you can give him." And the wise one looked at him and was silent. He didn't say a word. And finally he stood up and he walked out the door, not saying another word. Well, finally the messenger says, "Please, can you then give me a letter, give me something on paper, an advice for the Sultan?" And still he didn't say a word. He told him, he gestured to him, and he walked into the garden. And there he picked up his shovel and he went to a bed of turnips and he started digging up the big turnips, taking them out and replanting them with little seedling turnips. And then he went to the bed of beets and he dug up the big beets and replanted them with little seedlings. And so he went around the garden to various vegetable beds and he dug up the large vegetables and replanted them with seedlings. And then he told the messenger with a gesture to go on his way. Well, the messenger, perplexed, went on his way and came back to the Sultan. The Sultan said, "Please tell me, what advice did he give you?" And he says, "The wise one, he didn't tell me anything. He didn't even give me a letter to give to you or anything on paper, any advice." "Well, tell me then, what did he do?" He told me he went down to his garden and he started digging up the large vegetables and replanting them with seedlings all over the garden in different beds. "Ah," said the king, and he sat there for a while and thought deeply, and suddenly he lifted his head and he went and he dismissed his governors and his tax collectors from all the different provinces in his country, and he replaced them with new, fresh ones that were not known and that were not corrupt and that would bring the taxes back in. And surely, soon after that, the royal treasury was filled again with the money that belonged to it. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. One day Joha, he traveled out into the desert, but in typical Joha fashion. He didn't take enough food and he didn't take enough water. And he traveled on and on. And finally he became thirsty, became hungry. He was looking around, seeing if there was anything to eat, anything to drink, and finally, there in the distance there was a small oasis. So he beelined it for that oasis. And finally, as he came to that oasis, he saw this beautiful green oasis. And he was overheated, he was hot, he was sweaty, he walked there. And not only that, there was a Bedou sitting there in that oasis. And in front of him, he had a big cloth spread out. And on that cloth, there was a big pile of dates. There was a big pile of figs. There was hops there, there was bread there, there was cheese there, there was a big leg of lamb. And he was standing there, hungry because he'd been traveling all day in the desert. And finally, he looked at that and he stood there, with saliva almost coming out of his mouth, and his stomach rumbling and rumbling. And that Bedou, he kept on sitting there eating and eating and eating. And finally the Bedou looked up and said, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" "Me? I'm from your very own people, from your very own place." Good," said the Bedou. "Then tell me, please. Tell me, how is my son Suleiman?" "Your son Suleiman? He's wonderful. He's a flower amongst the children. Everybody loves him." "Well, how's my wife? Please tell me then, how's my wife?" Your wife, she's like the full moon. She illuminates everybody and anybody who has a need comes to her and she gives it to them." Wonderful. Tell me then, how's my dog, my dog, Melody Murat?" Ah, your dog, he's fierce. He's become even fiercer. Nobody can come to the house who's not allowed because he won't let them unless your wife allows them. Well, then tell me, how's my camel Speedy? Ah, your camel Speedy. He's eaten so much, he was eating so much, he's grown another hump. Well, by then, with all this good news that he conveyed to the Bedou, he definitely expected to be sat down and shared his food as was necessary and obligatory according to the laws of hospitality. And his stomach kept rumbling and rumbling louder and louder, but no, there was no invitation forthcoming. And without an invitation, he couldn't sit down. And he stood there waiting and waiting, but no invitation was forthcoming. Even his stomach was louder and louder. Until suddenly, there was a mangy dog that came into the oasis too. And it stood there, looking very disheveled, and its tongue hanging out, panting and panting and panting. And finally the Bedou looked up and says, "Ah, what kind of dog is that? Ha! No dog. I am not like my militant Murat." "Oh no," said Joha. "Your militant Murat, he was a very, very fine dog." "What do you mean was? What do you mean was? Did he die? Did something happen to Murat?" "Ah, yes. Alas, Murat, he choked while chewing on a bone of your camel Speedy." "What do you mean my camel Speedy? He popped off too?" "Ah, your camel Speedy, alas, he broke his front legs and his necks when he stumbled over the grave of your wife." "What do you mean my wife? My wife died?" "Ah, your wife, yes. She was grieving over your son Suleiman. The house, it fell down and collapsed on your son Suleiman. They brought him out from under the ruins and buried him." At that point, the Bedou had jumped up and he was tearing out his hair and said, "Terrible news bearer of news bearers, oh misery and woe!" And he ran out in the direction where he had come, into the desert, screaming and yelling. And Joha, he sat down behind that cloth and he turned to that mangy dog and he cut off a big piece, that leg of lamb, and handed it over to the dog and turned to it and said, "You know, sometimes when there's meanness, meanness is the only means." Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Once upon a time there was and there was not, in Central Asia, a sultana. And this sultana, her husband the sultan, had died, and she had one son, a young son for whom she was the regent. But she had one fault. She loved to spoil her son since he was her only son. So he grew up not knowing any good manners. He grew up being spoiled and taking everything for granted. And as he grew up, suddenly the sultana realized his manners were not the manners that the sultan should have. He was taking everything for granted. He was not caring about the people around him. He was only caring about himself and what came to him as the sultan, as the future sultan. And she was more and more worried until one day she said to her wazir, "Our son, he has to be taught a lesson. Please, can you find somebody to be his teacher, to teach him adab, to teach him good manners, so he will be a sultan that the people will look up to?" And the wazir went around town and he found an old sheikh, a sheikh that he knew about, who was a wise one. And he called him and says, please, can you come and teach the son of the sultana, our future sultan? Can you teach him?" And he came to the palace and he sat with him. But the boy's behavior was so rude that after a short while he realized that his lessons were not fruitful. Finally he turned around and said to the sultana, please, let me take him on a journey." Well, okay, she gave permission to take him on a journey. So he set off with the young boy and they walked for several days until finally they came to a beautiful field, an orchard, and they camped out in that beautiful field along a small stream. And there, as they sat there, suddenly two birds flew up and they flew in a tree next to them. And they started twittering. And the wise one, he looked up at the, at the young man and said, you know, I was taught the language of the animals, and I can tell you what they're saying. Well, of course, the young man, he was very curious and said, please, please, can you tell me what they're saying? Oh, yes, he said, but I don't know if you want to hear it. It's not very good. He said, please, I want to hear. Tell me, tell me. Well, the first bird, he said, soon in this country, it'll be great for us. Because this young man that's sitting there, he will be a careless and cruel king. And the people will want to leave the orchard of this country, and all the fruit will be hanging off the trees, and there'll be nobody to chase us away, to put scarecrows up or anything like that. And we will be free to eat our fill from this fruit day and night. And the other one, he was saying, well, and when the flocks of locusts come, there will be nobody in the fields to burn and to create smoke to drive the locusts away, and we will be able to feed full on locusts day and night. Well, the young man, he sat there silently thinking, but what was he to say? Well, they traveled on, and they went another day, and soon they came to the desert. And as they crossing the desert, they came to an oasis in the desert. And as they sat there in the oasis, suddenly 2 camels came. And they started drinking from the water in the oasis. And they started grunting and moaning and groaning as camels do. And the young man looked at them and says, please tell me, what are they saying? Let me listen. And he listened. And he said, I don't think you want to hear what they're saying. What are they saying? Of course he wanted to hear. They're saying, this oasis, it'll be useless soon, because so many people will be wanting to leave this country that is unfruitful. When this young man becomes the future sultan, that all the greenery in this oasis will be trampled, the water will be muddy, and there will be barely enough for us to drink when people are leaving this country. And they groaned some more. The young man became more and more silent. And the next day they traveled on, and they traveled again for several days, and they came to a high mountain. And as they were climbing the mountain, suddenly there was an eagle that came and it landed just above them on a crack of rock where his young were, and it screamed and screamed and screamed. And the young man, he looked and said, please, can you tell me what he's saying? Yes, I will. But you won't like it, he said. Well, what is he saying? He said, soon, my young, the eagle said to his young, there won't be any fat lambs to catch in the meadows of this country. There'll be only scrawny ones. There'll be snakes and lizards in the ruins of the capital city because of this sultan who doesn't care about his people and will be having to live on a diet of snakes and lizards instead of fat lambs. And this will happen soon. Unless what? Said the young man. Unless the prince changes his ways, and day by day he improves his manners, until he will be a sultan that the people will love and will be of benefit to his people. And then this country will flourish. Well, that night was a very quiet night. And the young man didn't say anything after that very much. And the next day, the wise man, the sheikh turned to the young man and said, well, I think it's time we return home to the palace. And they did. They slowly journeyed back to the palace. But every day, his manners increased a little bit better. And every day he seemed to care more about the old man, about the people they met, and about everything that went on around him, until finally they came to the capital city, and his manners had greatly improved day by day. And finally, the sheikh, he went to the sultan and said, I think it's good. I think from now on you can find other teachers to teach your son, because he have learned that in order to be the sultan of a country, he has to be first the sultan of himself. And sure enough, Soon after that, he became the Sultan of that country, and it flourished, and the people loved him, and he was of great benefit to the people. There was an old man with 7 sons, and he knew that the end of his life was near. So there was one thing he wanted to do. He called all his 7 sons to him. And he told them the strangest request. Even though they knew he was soon to pass from this world, he told them out, and each of them to get a branch. And they all walked out, and they all found a branch, all his 7 sons, and they came back with him. And each one had a branch. And then he told his oldest son to take his branch and break it. And he broke it easily. And he told his other son to break it, and he broke it easily. And each of them he told to take their branch, and each of them he told them to break it. And one after the other, all 7 of them, they took their branches and broke it. Then, again, he told them to go out and find another branch, and each one of them went out. And all 7 of them, they found another branch, and they brought them back. And then the old man told his son, one of his sons, he says, tie these branches together as strong as you can. And the young man, he tied all the branches together as strong as he can. And he told his youngest son, now take these and try and break them. And he took the bundle of branches and he tried to break them, but he couldn't. Then he told his second son to join him, and they tried to break it, but they couldn't. And each son, he told him, the third and the fourth and the fifth, each one, he told, to get at that bundle and together to try and break it. Until all 7 stood there trying to break that bundle, and they couldn't. And then he told them to untie it, and each one took a branch, and he told each one to break the branch, and each one broke their own branch again. And he said, you see, this is how it is. Each of you, if you're on your own, you do your own thing, and you do what is of no benefit to others, you're easily to break. But if you stay together, if you stick together, and you be at one, then nothing or nobody can break you. Remember this after I leave this world. This might be of benefit to you. And of course they did. And they stuck strongly together, and they became successful and wonderful people.
Visit our 3D art gallery. Walk through and get a virtual and immersive experience of an art gallery. Bring glamour to your home. Buy a beautiful piece of Islamic art at www.islamicartsociety.org.
Muslim societies were on the move. Whether for pilgrimage or trade or education, people traveled by caravan over land and by boat over sea. And they brought with them their ideas, stories, customs, and material objects, exchanging these in a world that grew increasingly complex and cosmopolitan as a result of these human interactions and far-reaching commercial networks. This map shows the routes taken by the famed 14th century writer Ibn Battuta. Setting out from Morocco at the age of 21, he went across North Africa to the Arabian Peninsula, Iran, Afghanistan, South Asia, eventually reaching China. He was in many respects like Leo Africanus, whose story you can read in the Connected Histories portion of the Muslim Journeys bookshelf. Muslims are obliged to make the pilgrimage, called the Hajj, to Mecca once in their lifetimes if they are able. The Hajj is an extraordinary event occurring each year in which Muslims from all over the world converge in the sacred city of Mecca in present-day Saudi Arabia, typically arriving in large convoys. There they perform a series of ritual acts that include donning white garments, drinking from the Zamzam well where Abraham's wife Hagar miraculously found water in the desert, and then circumambulating the black textile-draped Kaaba. The Kaaba is an ancient cubical stone structure built by Abraham according to Muslim belief. The pilgrimage was long and dangerous, and illustrated handbooks were written to guide the travelers along the route and also within the holy cities of Mecca and Medina. So, for example, the handbook with this picture of a sea crossing advises pilgrims to avoid ships that are overloaded and tells them how to store their luggage and deal with seasickness. Also, when needed, that they should help bail water out of the boats. We see the ships, which travel in fleets. Loaded with passengers, their colorful sails billow as sailors handle the ropes. The Hajj was a profoundly important religious event where Muslims from all over the world met, united in common religious ritual. During the day, they performed their ritual prayers and their ritual acts, but one can imagine the scene at night when strangers gathered in tents by the side of a fire, exchanging stories, recipes, foods, and then at the end of the Hajj, it concluded with a 2-day trade fair where people swapped books, textiles, gems, all sorts of things that were then carried back to their home countries. Whether traveling for religion or commerce, people had not only guidebooks, but also maps and other navigational instruments to help them, such as the astonishingly accurate set of maps of the Mediterranean made by the Ottoman Admiral Piri Reis. Astrolabes were portable instruments for determining direction, useful both for travelers like Ibn Battuta, but also simply for determining the correct direction of oriented prayer. Also helping travelers was a fairly well-established network of roads. All around the Mediterranean, there were stone-paved roads that had been built in the Roman imperial period, and some of them were still usable at the dawn of the Muslim era in the 7th century. But by then, roads had lost their importance because the Arabs did not generally use wheeled transport. Instead of wagons, they relied on camels and horses, as pictured in this scene of pilgrims returning from the Hajj. So when we speak of roads, it is the presence of a well-marked, relatively safe route that mattered more than a paved surface. By about the 12th century, some well-traveled trade routes in the central and eastern Islamic lands had the added amenity of roadside inns called caravanserais. In the caravanserai, such as the one seen in this drawing, travelers could stop to pass the night in the walled safety of a solidly built enclosure. The caravanserais typically had monumental portals, a sign of welcome visible from a distance, beckoning the travelers to enter. There, they could stable animals in a compound protected from marauders, and they would find a water well, prayer hall, a kitchen serving food, and maybe even entertainment. These inns were often built and subsidized by the Sultan in order to protect traders and to promote commerce. You can still see lots of caravanserais today lining the modern highways of Turkey and Iran, spaced at about a distance of a day's ride by camel. There were urban inns as well, such as this example in Granada, Spain. These were secure buildings organized around an interior courtyard and usually located near the city markets where the merchants conducted their business. Of course, the road and caravanserai network served both traders and pilgrims, facilitating the long-distance travel of people, carrying with them both ideas and objects. The Silk Road, which connected East Asia through Iran to the Mediterranean for 2 millennia, was improved by the building of these caravanserais. The route allowed first the import of silk from China, but then it became the conduit by which the actual silkworms and silk-making technique were acquired. The trade of a highly prized object thus led to the acquisition of a new cultural practice. Ceramics, such as valuable porcelain, were also imported from China. Porcelain was made of a strong clay body with lots of minerals requiring high-temperature firing in the kiln. The result is a vessel with very thin, often translucent walls, elegant but fragile. This 15th century manuscript shows golden and blue and white glazed porcelain being brought from China westward into Islamic lands. The cart looks like it has shock absorbers, but the mule driver still looks worried. Until porcelain clay was acquired for use in Muslim ceramic workshops, Muslim collectors either had to import the vessels from distant China or accept imitations made of a much cruder earthenware clay, such as this bowl. The bowl's clay body is not actually white, but it has been glazed to appear as if it were. On the Art Spots pages of the Muslim Journeys website, you can read Ibn Battuta's description of seeing porcelain in China. Like many a traveler, he marveled at how inexpensive it was in the local markets. We've seen that along with materials and techniques, Muslim travelers also exchanged artistic values and concepts. This 16th century Persian painting shows clear influences from East Asia. Specifically, the highly stylized rolling clouds reflect Chinese ways of representing landscape. Finally, in addition to the more permanent arts of painting, ceramics, and textiles, the ephemeral arts of plants, spices, and foods also traveled. Pilgrims and others often collected plant cuttings and seeds as they went about, introducing those plants into new landscapes and finally into new culinary dishes. In 11th century Spain, when court botanists were given seeds for superior varieties of fig and pomegranate from Syria, they immediately set about domesticating the trees for their local orchards. When the Iraqi singer Ziryab, and he was the rock star of his time, when he moved to Spain in the 9th century, he was the first to gather and eat wild asparagus there, maybe because he had already learned to do so in Iraq. Similarly, in 12th century Yemen, the Sultan sent away for coconut and mango trees, grape varietals, rice, and other rare plants from foreign sources. But in many cases, one didn't even have to send away for exotic plants. The markets of cities like Cordoba, Damascus, Baghdad, and Fez offered a rich variety of foods and spices, as well as art objects, from around the known world. So we've seen that roads and caravanserais facilitated travel and the trade of ordinary and luxury goods, as well as for Hajj travel. Networks of communication meant that the Islamic world was culturally diverse, with patrons from Spain to India able to enjoy fine porcelains, silk, spices that were appreciated all the more for their exotic origins.
Islamic Art Spots are a presentation of the National Endowment for the Humanities. Bridging Culture's bookshelf, Muslim Journeys, is a presentation of the National Endowment for the Humanities in cooperation with the American Library Association. Support for this program was provided by a grant from Carnegie Corporation of New York, with additional support for art and media components from the Doris Duke Foundation for Islamic Art. To further explore the Islamic Art Spots and the Bridging Culture's bookshelf, Muslim Journeys, visit the Muslim Journeys website.
Visit our 3D art gallery. Walk through and get a virtual and immersive experience of an art gallery. Bring glamour to your home. Buy a beautiful piece of Islamic art at www.islamicartsociety.org.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Capperell, and I'm the Director of Education and Outreach at the Asia Society Texas Center. We're so pleased to be here to celebrate the Islamic Arts Festival, and we're so glad that the Islamic Arts Society has decided to move this to a virtual format to allow people to be able to participate this year. We're longtime partners with the Islamic Arts Society, working together to host several events like our annual Asia Fest, our Festival of Eid, and we always come to the Islamic Arts Festival so we can work with the children through different activities and just immerse ourselves in the art. So today we have two different activities for you. One is a geometric art lesson that we think you'll really enjoy, and the other is a lantern making. So thank you again to the Islamic Art Society for inviting us to be a co-sponsor. We are proud and happy to be here, and we look forward to the festival. Thank you.
to go on a journey to Morocco to see the beautiful Moroccan lanterns. Morocco is located in Africa, and you can see that on my map here you're looking at this little orange area here in the northeastern part of Africa. That's Morocco for you. And it's been a very interesting place, a place that has drawn interest for several years because of its proximity to Europe. And it therefore was able to develop a very interesting culture of its own, which was influenced by the Arabs, the Berbers who lived there, and of course the Europeans, particularly the French. And Spain and Portugal, of course, played a part too. So they evolved into their own style of designing and creating things, and their lanterns became very famous the world over. Also, we must reflect a little bit about the concept of light and the concept of nur, which is light in the Islamic world. And a reference to nur is very important in the Islamic culture. So we're now going to make our own beautiful Moroccan lamp, and it's a very simple process. I'm going to remove the map and just take a piece of paper like this, fold it down the middle. Oops, there we go. Right, fold it again once more. So you've got 4 sections. Here we go, 1, 2, 3, 4 sections. All right, fold it back again and give an additional fold. All right, so it kind of looks like a little 1-inch band, almost, right? Just make sure it's all even. Now, very carefully, not on this side, but on the side which has all the folds, and that is important. The side which has the folds is the side that you're going to use to draw your little shapes. I'd like to reiterate that Islamic design and Islamic art involves something geometric, something floral or vegetal, and of course calligraphic. Here I'm going to create some large geometric half shapes. Okay, so once you've got the shape ready, you cut it out. Right, there we go. Right, you've got your pretty patterns. If you want to cut more, you can cut more. So you fold it back and cut more patterns if you wish to, or leave the space open so you can draw your design. So just go to your first section. Again, symmetry is the word. Go to your first section and you draw out a pretty design of your choice. I'm just diverting from the design I made in my sample to make it a little more modern, yet with that little element of Islamic designs. And you can add your little tulips were very popular, making their way from ancient Bactria, which is now Afghanistan. Research shows that really it was in Afghanistan area that you first discovered tulips. and then eventually they made their way to Turkey, and from there to the rest of the European world. And so just make sure that you replicate the same pattern on all 4 sides. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. All your 4 sides get replicated or designed, and then you color it in so that it looks like this. Isn't that pretty? So I've got some pretty yellow tissue paper handy. Put it down, right? Put your glue on this side very carefully, right? As such, right? Keep going all around. Paste it nice and straight. Try to keep it to the edge if you can, so that you have less cutting to do. Trim this side out. Okay, so you get the idea. This is now trimmed out. All right, you've got your 4 sides. Fold it, and you can either tape it down like this, or you can glue it down. All right, since we've got the glue, I'm going to go ahead and use my glue stick, but you're welcome to use a little tape. Roll it up like that. So it really looks like a little roll. You don't want to take it too far in. Make sure you're doing more the edges. There we go. Right? All right. And then I make it stand up and pinch the sides. Pinch the sides nicely, all 4 sides. And once you trim it out neatly, guess what it's going to look like? You can see I've got 2 different styles of Moroccan lamps. The one on the left has some additional pieces that I attached from the top, and my yellow one is the one that I just demonstrated using tissue paper. And next to it is a little example of a Moroccan lamp. Well, hope you enjoy doing this, watching this video, and hope you enjoy sharing this project. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
Hello everyone, salams, peace to you all. I'm going to demonstrate to you a little workshop on how to make your own magic carpet inspired by Islamic art. And so we will begin, and what we will create today from scratch to the end of a beautiful motif like this, in the form of a magic carpet, in the form of a carpet. So let's begin and get to this. We are going to need a watercolor paper in 11 by 16 inch, or you can use also 11 by 14, as well as you will need tracing paper. You will also need some carbon paper if you have, and a ruler, and some water, and some tea, dye, and some paintbrushes and pencils, obviously. So let's begin. So we're going to begin first with the first step is to dye your paper with tea. So you will need some tea dyed and steeped in hot water. In this case, it is all already prepared. And I'm going to take a little sponge brush like this and dip my brush in the tea and just gently dab it on my watercolor paper. We are going to create our Islamic motif for the carpet from scratch. And what you're going to need for that is a tracing paper, like this one, 8.5 by 11 inches. And what you want to do with this is fold it exactly in half. You don't have to measure this, just fold it exactly in half like we do with origami. And then vertically, horizontally first, then vertically fold it again. And so you've got a crisscross shape and you've got a little center here to work with. Second, I have actually a pre-made pattern here, but I'm going to show you how to create this pattern from scratch, just as a base. And what you're going to do here is create the pattern on one side of the square. You've got 4 squares and you're going to create a pattern that is going to repeat itself 3 times, 4 times in a mirror fashion to create a whole pattern. So I'm just going to grab my pencil and I'm going to start off always with the center of my pattern. And in this case, I'm going to keep it simple. So I'm creating a triangle, a mix of straight and curved shapes are going to display themselves in this pattern just to create a nice balance. And so then I'm going to sort of create a little bit of a border of about 3 millimeters inside. So I've got and you want to probably use, best is a see-through ruler so you can see through your lines. Once you've traced all of it, you will get something like this. When you spend a little time, you will get something like this. So you've got the whole motif traced. What I'm going to do next actually is to demonstrate 2 different techniques of how to transfer your paper. And what you're going to do here is grab tape, some sort of gentle removable tape that won't damage your paper when you're taking it off, and sort of center it as best as you can. You can also use a ruler to do this, or otherwise just eye it. And it's about 2 inches on each side and 1 inch from that side. And what you're going to do is sort of like place the tracing paper with your pencil facing down. So my pencil side is actually facing down on the paper. And there are 2 different ways you can transfer this pattern at this point. And what's an easier way is to transfer it via a burnisher. In this case, this is something I use. It's an agate stone in the shape of a burnisher. Or you can also use the back of a spoon if you have, as well as you can also use any sort of smooth stone you may have, like this one. This is an agate, a jade, something that is very smooth, that won't damage your paper. And basically what you're going to do is apply enough pressure to the paper where it is going to transfer to your watercolor paper. And you just want to make sure that you're covering all the lines. But if you want to transfer your pattern via a carbon paper, that is also something you can do as well. So in this case, I'm just going to show you. You want your carbon side facing down, just like we had on the pencil. And you just want to draw out your pattern like this. So I'm gonna just put this aside for a few minutes until I create my border. And what I'm going to do here is make a sort of tassel for the sides of my carpet. And all I need is basically a strip of about 2 inch of a tracing paper cut art on the edges of the borders. Border pointing outwards. Lines have been darkened with either a 6B or 8B pencil, so it transfers easily. And if your pencil is not transferring, you can always use carbon paper. And what I basically use are acrylic inks. This is the Daler Rowney brand. It's my favorite paint that I like to use, and I'm basically going to use the colors that I feel are most striking in a carpet. The last step that you want to do is grab an outliner such as this in either 0.3, 0.2 or 1. Micron brand is usually good, any sort of acid free. In this case, I'm actually going to use another sort of ink, black ink pen like this. With the black, and you will be left with something, in this case, a piece that I've spent more time on, that is finished, that I've outlined completely. This is what you're going to create by the end of it, from start to finish. Once you've outlined and painted all your gold, you're going to have something like this, and that you can frame and you can put up in your house. And I hope so. I hope you enjoyed this workshop, and it wasn't too complicated. But if you apply a little concentration, little bit meditation and patience, you will get something beautiful that you can continue and repeat with different patterns. You can also use many different motifs when it comes to the flower choices. You can also make the shapes of the diamond very different if you like. So it's all up to your imagination what you like to do with it. So that's it. Thank you.
Visit our 3D art gallery. Walk through and get a virtual and immersive experience of an art gallery. Bring glamour to your home. Buy a beautiful piece of Islamic art at www.islamicartsociety.org.
Karagöz bir gölge oyunudur. Deve ya da manda derisinden yapılan, adına tasvir denilen insan, hayvan ya da eşya resimlerinin arkadan verilen ışıkla perdede yansımasına biz karagöz diyoruz. Deve ya da manda derisinden yapılıyor. Bunlar alıp işlendikten sonra çizimleri yapılıyor ve bu çizimler eskizlerin üzerine kopyası çıkartılıyor. Deri kesildikten sonra kök boyalarıyla ya da pigment boyayla bu boyanıyor. Ondan sonra kontrolleri çekildikten sonra çubuk yerleri açılıyor ve onlarla birlikte perdeye yansıtılıp oynatılıyor. 2009 yılında UNESCO tarafından Karagöz somut olmayan kültürel miras kabul edildi ve Türklerin bir mirası oldu. Bu şekilde tasdiklenmiş oldu ve dünyaya duyuruldu. Sonra 2011 yılında da Ünima İstanbul Şubesi bir Karagöz atölyesi açtı. Yine UNESCO'nun yaşayan kültür hazinesi kabul ettiği Metin Özden, Orhan Kurt, Taceddin Diker gibi ustalar Hayali Alpayekler'in organize ettiği bir kursa eğitimler verdiler. Ben de o kurslara katıldım. Orada karagöz yapmayı, oynatmayı öğrendim. Oyunlarda bütün tasvirleri kendim yapıyorum. Aynı zamanda yazar olduğum için de bütün metinleri de kendim yazıyorum. Karagöz'le ilgili ilk belge Topkapı Sarayı'nda yer alan dönemin hayalilerinin yer aldığı bir belgedir. Ancak yaygın olarak bilinen Karagöz'ün ve Hacivat'ın Bursa'da doğduğu, Orhan Gazi döneminde yaptırılan bir inşaatta çalışan bir duvarcıyla bir demircinin dönemin işçilerini yaptıkları mizahla, eğlenceyle alıkoydukları için padişah tarafından öldürülmeleri emredilir ve şeyh güçleri bundan pişmanlık duyan padişahı eğlendirmek için bunları Hacivat ve Karagöz'ün tasvirini yapar ve gölgeyle oyununu oynatır ve o günden bugüne bu geleneğin devam ettiği söylenir.
Ya efendim işte onun için ben ismimi değiştirmeye karar verdim. Ya ne olacak senin ismin? Efendim benim adım bundan sonra Hacivat olmayacak. Benim adım bundan sonra Mersin olacak. Güzel bir isim ya. Bana da böyle kokulu mokulu bir isim bulsana.
Ben ilk perdemi yaşadığım muhit olan Balat'ta açtım. Cumbalı evlerin olduğu bir sokakta oynadım. Bu eski bir gelenek. Bu geleneği Türkiye'nin ya da dünyanın farklı yerlerinde devam ettirmeyi düşünüyorum.
Buldum senin adın bundan sonra Uyuz Eşek olsun. Ya o kadar dünyada isim var. Bana bulduğu isme bak. Bu adam yemin ederim utanmaz. Ay. Oh my goodness, what is that? Oh, that's barrel. Oh, okay, let me look inside it. Ay. Oh. Okay, give it 1 second. Yes. Oh, yes.
Visit our 3D art gallery. Walk through and get a virtual and immersive experience of an art gallery. Bring glamour to your home. Buy a beautiful piece of Islamic art at www.islamicartsociety.org.
Hi, my name is Paul Barslan, and I've got a special presentation for kids to learn how to do Islamic art. This has been put together by the Islamic Art Society of Houston, and we hope that you'll enjoy learning how to create these wonderful patterns. You might wonder, what is Islamic pattern? Maybe you've seen some beautiful designs in mosques, or maybe your parents have a lovely Quran that has a really nice cover, or some of the carpet pages, or some of the individual surahs will have decorations in the beginning. As you start looking around, you'll see that there's certain characteristics of Islamic art, and as amazing and complicated as it is, the basics are actually really simple to learn. So I'm going to teach you how to do that right now. Let's start by looking at some examples of my work. This is a ceramic platter about 16 inches across. It weighed 25 pounds of clay when I threw it on the wheel. It's all one single line that weaves in and out to create the entire pattern. This is part of the miracle of Islamic geometry, that you can create all of these amazing patterns and use sometimes just a single line to go in and out. This pattern introduces some curved lines. It uses two different lines to create the pattern. And I've done the outlining in actual gold, which gives it a beautiful sort of glowing effect. This pattern uses a set of very complicated tiles from Iran called gira tiling that use five-fold symmetry to create amazing shapes. Beautiful art form, very highly developed. This is one of my tile patterns. The inside green star is in 12, and then the edge stars in turquoise are in 9. When we put multiple tiles together, the pattern starts to come out, and we see that we can fill an infinite amount of space with the same pattern repeating over and over. You'll see lots of mosques and palaces decorated like this throughout the Islamic world. This pattern is in both 12 and 14. Sometimes I like to play with unusual combinations of numbers because it creates different and exciting patterns. So to do this first part of the workshop, you're going to need to download and print out this PDF file that we have on the website. This divides the circle into 12 for you already. Later in the lesson, I'll show you how to divide the circle into 12 yourself, but if you're younger, I recommend starting out with this one because it's a lot easier to work with. This file is also on the website, and it shows you how to divide the circle. I recommend trying this one if you're in at least 7th grade. If you're younger than that, it might be a little too difficult for you, so you might want to just stick with the earlier PDF that we did, and then you can try this later with your parents if you want. So part of the magic of Islamic geometry is once you have a circle that's divided into 12, there's all sorts of beautiful patterns that you can create inside of that. All we have to do is draw lines between any two numbers, but it's very important that we do it in order, okay? So when you do this, what I want you to do is always hold your ruler with your left hand, or if you're left-handed, you can reverse these directions, but spread out your fingers like this. So don't be like this, spread it out wide like this. Hold your ruler in your left hand and draw on the right-hand side of the line, okay? And that'll keep your ruler from moving around and give you nice straight lines, which is really important. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect every 4th point along the circle. So when I say every 4th point, this is what I mean. I'll put my finger on 1 and I'll call that 0. I'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's from 1 to 5. You can also think 1 plus 4 equals 5, okay? Now it is important that when you do this, you do it in order. So we started with 1, so next we'll start with 2, and then we'll start with 3, start with 4, etc. If we go from 5 now to somewhere else, it's easy to get confused, so I recommend always do it in order. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we did 1 to 5, so our next two numbers are going to be 2 plus 4, which equals 6. So 2 to 6, like this. And if you think about it, what are our next two numbers? Well, we started with 1, and next we did 2, so next we're going to have to start with 3, and we'll just add 4 to it, and that is 7. So 3 to 4 is 7, and I'll go ahead and line up there, draw a nice straight line in there. And next is going to be 4 to 8, and you'll notice that my arm is kind of having to twist a little. I can get 4 to 8 in just barely, but after that it starts to get a little too hard for me to do what I was talking about, right? So very simple solution right in front of you. Just turn your piece of paper. You don't have to twist your arm all to a crazy angle, just turn the piece of paper. Okay, so we had 4 to 8, and we started from 4, so next we'll start from 5, and you don't even need to count. Just the last one we ended at, you go one more, okay? So I'll go from here, and doing it without counting, I started here, so next I'll just start at the next point along the circle, which is here, and I ended here, so I'll just end at the next point along the circle here. So I'm going to do this all the way around in order, and you'll see that it creates a really interesting pattern. So 7 to 11, 8 to 12, and here's where we run into problems, right? If we were trying to do 9 plus 4, it would be 13. There isn't a 13, but there is 1, which is again just 1 past 12. So the math doesn't matter so much. What matters is doing it in order, right? So we did 9, and next is 10, and we ended on 1, and next is 2. So 10 to 2 are the next two numbers. And we don't have to worry so much about the math, which is good because I don't actually like math. I'm not very good at it. Even though I do geometry, it's a special kind of visual geometry, which is a lot easier to do. And that's part of why I love it. And now we'll do 12 to 4 here. And that completes it. So that's our first Islamic star pattern that we create inside of the circle. And that's created by drawing, connecting every 4th point along the circle. Now what's really amazingly cool about this is that there are all sorts of different patterns that can be created just by using this simple technique. So, let me turn this around. Take a look here. This is the same pattern that we just did, okay? So this is made by connecting every 4th point along the circle. Well, it turns out that if I'd chosen a different number, for example, every 5th point along the circle, I'd get a totally different pattern, okay? So just by changing the number, you get a different pattern, which is part of what makes this really fun to do. And then the really cool thing is that you can actually do combinations of these. So for example, I can go like this, which creates a really complicated pattern on the inside, or I could even turn like this, so that now I've actually got 24 points, and I'm creating a pattern on top of that. So just by dividing up the circle within given lines, you can create all sorts of magical things. We can also do cool things like here. This is a combination of lines. I did every 2nd and 3rd, and then from the inside circle I did every 2nd and 3rd on the inside of that as well. This one's really interesting. I started out in 12, but somehow I've ended up with 5-sided stars. How does that happen? It's kind of magic. You'll also note that 5 times 12 is 60, which is the number of minutes in the hour, and that 12 is our division for the clock. So it's very interesting that these numbers play out. It's because when people first started measuring space and time with a compass, the very first thing they came up with was the division from 6 and from there into 12. So that's why so many things in our culture are based on 12. And I'll do another cool version here. Combining these two, right, I can rotate and create all sorts of interesting patterns inside of these. Or take this blue one, put it on top here. So this is just like the tip of the iceberg. Once you've got the division into 12, there's an infinity of patterns that you can do. And if all of that wasn't enough cool stuff to be able to do with one pattern, there's even more. Check this out. Okay, so we made our division, right? But we'll notice that on the inside here, we see all these points on the inside as well, right? We've made a new shape on the inside. If we drew a circle around it, it would actually be another circle that's already divided into 12. But we don't need to draw the circle because all we need are the points. So every time these lines cross on the inside, I want you to make a little dot right there, okay? So see how there's a triangle here, the smallest triangle on the inside? Just at the base. So ignore that point, but just at the base of the triangle, go ahead and make a little dot. And let's do this all the way around. You should end up with 12 new dots. Okay, and now if you like math and you want to number them, you can go 1, 2, 3. You can make little tiny numbers all the way around. However, like I said, I don't really like math, so I don't do it that way. I'm going to do it a much easier way. So all you have to do is just line your ruler up. Okay, we did every fourth, so this time I'm going to do every fifth. So I'll start here, call it 0, and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I'm going to draw a line from here. And next, all I have to do is just rotate it visually. So I can actually just turn the piece of paper. The next point is right there, and here's the next point along the line. So we'll go here, and again, I can just keep rotating. Notice that I'm always holding the ruler on the left, right, and drawing on the right, or reverse it if you're left-handed. So we'll do this all the way around, and I create the pattern for every fifth inside of the one for every fourth. And, you know, this is going along really well, and you're thinking, oh, this isn't so hard, and I've got it figured out, and you're doing really well. And then your brother or your sister says something, and you turn and you look up at them, and then you come back to your page, and you're like, oh no, where am I? I have no idea where I'm supposed to go next. Don't panic. Very easy to find your way back. All you have to do is put your finger on a point. Remember, we'll call that 0. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'll line up from here. And I'm back on track now. So I just did that point. Again, I just rotate. These are the next 2 points. So I'll do that all the way around. And you'll know you're done when you line up to points that you have already completed. Now, one thing that can go wrong when you're doing this is if you're connecting every 5th point, but then you make a mistake and you start connecting every 4th or every 6th point along there, then you'll end up with more lines than you're supposed to have, and that's a little confusing. So if that happens, I recommend just starting over, unless you've only messed up 1 or 2 lines and you can figure out which ones they are. Okay, so here's the pattern for every 5th inside the pattern for every 4th. So it makes a really cool design there. Let's take a look at some possible ways that we can color some of these patterns. So here's one. This is a nice example. So I started out just as we did, right? I connected every 4th point to get 1 to 5. And then on the inside of that, I made another drawing here. This time I did every 4th point on the inside of that pattern to create a new design in there. Let's see what happened here. So here I connected every 3rd point, which is 1 to 4. So if you look, you can actually see that there's a bunch of squares here actually. So this pattern is made out of 3 squares. And again, 3 times 4 is 12. So we're back to our magic number there again because we've divided into 12. From there, let's look at this internal circle and see what we did. From here, that's 0. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's every 4th point on the inside, okay? So I did every 3rd point on the outside and then every 4th point on the inside. Here's an example of doing something more complicated. This is in interlace, which is something that we see all throughout Islamic pattern, these beautiful lines that weave in and out. Unfortunately, that's a little more complicated than I have enough time to show you today. But if you want to start working with some of these patterns, you'll learn different ways to do it. And there's lots of tutorials and lessons online, many of them available for free, that you can learn how to do some of this stuff. Here's another example of a pattern. So playing with all sorts of different options here and creating different shapes, and how you color them can help you bring out different shapes. So that's part of the fun and part of the magic of doing this. So now that you can divide into 12, there's all these different patterns that you can create from there. So if you're a younger kid and this is a little bit difficult for you, I recommend just printing out the PDF that we have on the website, and you can have as many circles already divided into 12 as you want, and do as many different color patterns as you want. You can color them with markers, you can color them with colored pencil, whatever you want to do. If you're a little bit older, there's another technique you can use to learn how to divide the pattern for yourself, divide the circle into 12, and I'm going to go ahead and show you how to do that. Everybody's welcome to try it. My experience has been that kids around 5th grade or so, it's pretty difficult for them to work with the compass. Maybe some kids can do it if they have a parent or an older sibling to help them, or maybe some kids are really good with their hands and they'll be able to do it. But what I don't want you to do is to get frustrated. So go ahead and try it, but if you need help, just ask your parents. And if it's too hard and you just want to color, just print out the PDF that I have on the website and you don't have to worry about it. But if you're in 6th or 7th grade or older, why don't you go ahead and try to divide the circle into 12 with me. So I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to try dividing the circle into 12 yourself, you're going to need a compass. There's lots of different kinds, but I recommend what's called a spring bow compass, which is a kind that has a little dial here. These are about $15, not super expensive. If you have a really cheap plastic one, sometimes those don't hold the shape very well, but you can try it with that and see where you get. And if it doesn't work too well, you might want to consider getting a better compass. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to adjust my compass now, and it's great if you can get 11 by 17 paper. If you can't, you can do it on 8.5 by 11, it's okay. If you have 11 by 17, I want you to adjust the radius, which is the distance between these 2 points, between the metal point and the pencil, to 3 inches on your compass, okay? And make yourself a nice big circle in the middle of the piece of paper. If you're on 8.5 by 11, instead you can do it at 2.5 inches, will work very well. From here, pick the compass up, put the metal point anywhere on the edge, not here that's outside, not here that's inside, has to be on the line itself. It can be anywhere on the line, here or here or here, doesn't matter, but it needs to be on the line. Then make a little mark right here, and then keep this metal point in and flip the compass over and just make a little mark here. So we have 2 lines that cross the circle. Now pick your compass up, take the metal point, go exactly where the line crosses. Not here at the end of this line, that's not right, and not here, that's outside the circle, exactly where it crosses. And again, make a little mark here, keep this point here, flip the compass around, mark here. Watch what happens as I do the next one. When I mark backwards, I form a little X on the edge of the circle. So that lets me know exactly the point that I want. When I go forward, I make a new mark. I'm going to come back to here. I mark back and I get my X. I mark forward, and look what happens when we get to the last one. As we mark back, we get an X, but as we mark forward, we line up exactly where we started. So the circle divides itself into 6. This is part of the magic of geometry. The radius of the circle, the distance between the point and the edge, divides the circle into 6 itself. So that gets us into 6. To get to 12, we're going to need to go halfway between these 2 points. So I make a mark in space above here, and then I pick the compass up, come over to this side, mark over here, and I make an X that sits above the circle. Let me show you what happens when a lot of kids try to do it. They'll say they want to go between these 2 points. They'll go here, they'll make a mark here, go here, make a mark here. They'll be like, what is that guy talking about? Those lines don't cross. Okay, the problem is where you drew them. We know we want to find the middle point, so that's somewhere along here, so you have to pretend you see a line that goes roughly around here. So that's kind of where my mark needs to be, and I made a mark over here, it has nowhere near my finger, but you'll notice if I continue the line to about where my finger is, and do the same on the other side, these lines actually do cross. They were just in the wrong place. So doing these 2 right? I'm going to go here. It's going to be somewhere around here, so that's where I'll make my mark. Come back to here, and there we go. And if your marks ever don't quite cross, like here I'll miss intentionally, oh, they don't cross. No problem. Just go back to the point, make it longer. Now they do cross, okay? So we'll do that all the way around. And if you come up to this and your line goes off the edge of the paper, you can actually just make your compass a little bit smaller. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the compass smaller here. Just need to be more than halfway. So this is roughly halfway. So I'm going to make my finger just a little bit in there, and I'll make the compass just a little bit bigger than halfway. And now I'm going to mark here, and again come to this point and mark back. What that does is it moves the X closer to the edge of the circle. So you'll see I can actually do that same thing up here. It doesn't matter where they are. So that X is closer to the circle than this one, but they both share in common that they're identifying the point we want. So if I put my ruler on there and line up through there, I can see that they both fall on the same point. So I'm going to go through the center and through the X and make a little mark. I'll do the same on the bottom here. I'm going to do that in all the orientations. So here's the X, here's the X. I line up through, okay? And make sure you're going through where the lines cross, right? You don't want to be here like that's the end of that line and here the end of that line. That's not right. You need to be going through the points of the X's, right? That's the axis, okay? And we're going to do the same over here. And now all we have to do is number our points. So this is 1, the X is 2, this is 3, the next X is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And now you have a circle divided into 12, and you can play with it and create all sorts of magic and wonderful patterns. You can find lots more of examples of different patterns on my website at barcelonceramics.com. Feel free to visit to see some of the things that I've been up to. If you want a good basic introduction to how to do some of these patterns, I recommend this simple book by Ebru, Islamic Geometric Patterns. And if you're really excited about Islamic pattern, there's a wonderful series of online classes available from artofislamicpattern.com. They're not necessarily designed for children, but some of you who are a little older will find that you are able to do them. Thanks for joining the Islamic Art Society as we did this fun virtual workshop. I hope you had a great time, and I hope it sparks an interest in Islamic geometric design, because once you start drawing and creating these patterns, there's no limit to the wonderful things you can create.
Visit our 3D art gallery. Walk through and get a virtual and immersive experience of an art gallery. Bring glamour to your home. Buy a beautiful piece of Islamic art at www.islamicartsociety.org.
My name is Mansour Porhan.
My name is Fi Kinyamahanga.
My name is Innocent. Bugingo.
I have a special immigrant visa from Afghanistan.
From Congo.
I'm Congolese.
And I was eligible to apply for a special immigrant visa.
And when I came, I was
a refugee.
I was welcomed by RSD and they supported me at the beginning and they welcomed me at the airport.
When I got here, I found that everything in the apartment was set up, you know, like from refugee camp to United States. It was like a miracle.
They was the one that helping us with everything, like
applying for me food stamp, house.
And it was wonderful.
What has been a really big success for you since you came?
So when I came, I was in middle school. We were walking outside going home and then I saw girls running outside. I'm like, is that a sport? Can girls do that? So I started doing track and cross country when I was in high school. And then luckily I got a scholarship to a college. So now I'm like the first person in my family who graduated from university.
Having like a permanent job, wife, I got married. Oh, that was the number one success.
Whenever I go home and I see my kids are happy, they are happy, and my wife is happy.
What is your hope for people to know about other refugees coming?
A lot of refugees are educated and they really, really want to learn a lot.
There is only one way you can have hope once getting here, just working hard.
My hope is for the people to help as much as they can. You know, like becoming as refugees is not like always a first choice. They need the community support.
Is there anything else you want to say?
No.
Visit our 3D art gallery. Walk through and get a virtual and immersive experience of an art gallery. Bring glamour to your home. Buy a beautiful piece of Islamic art at www.islamicartsociety.org.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Zulfikar Ali and I am the founding member of Islamic Art Society. I'm also the director of calligraphy at this society. We had our first festival in 2014. So this is our 7th year and Alhamdulillah, we are not only doing the festival but going to libraries, going to colleges, teaching the classes many places. And this time we are also doing the online program because of the COVID situation. Our purpose is to bring the beauty of Islamic culture to the masses here. And as we know that art transcends all the boundaries. So our hope is that and our goal is that we bring the broader community, American community together. It's an honor to have a lot of calligraphers in this group, and one of our master calligraphers is Shabir Safi.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. And tell us about your calligraphy journey.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Shabir Safi, and I started my calligraphy when I was in my school, Al-Jami'atu Saifiyya in Surat. This institution is run by His Holiness Dr. Sayyidina Mufaddal Saifuddin, and we are taught every kind of thing from Deen to Quran to art to sciences, everything over there. So I started practicing calligraphy, Arabic calligraphy. Before Arabic calligraphy, I started working on my English calligraphy. So when I perfected those 26 letters, I was so much confident and so much pumped up that I can climb any mountain in calligraphy. So from there, I started entering into Arabic calligraphy. although the Arabic calligraphy has 28 letters, but it is like so vast. Every letter changes when it comes with the other letter. So it's very difficult. But then when you start practicing, when you dip into it, it makes your life easier. The practice makes you perfect. And that's how I was inclined towards practicing calligraphy. And this has been like 35 years now. So thank Allah. Allahumma salli ala.
Can you show us some of your art that you have created so far?
Okay, I have done Kufic, I have done Thuluth, I have done Naskh, I have done Nastaliq, I have done Riqa, and Diwani. So these are styles, different styles. The style came up when Islam spread all around the world. The world added these styles to this Islamic calligraphy. So I mainly use Thuluth in my artworks. I have bought some of this work to the studio. This one is من الظلمات إلى النور. It says من الظلمات إلى النور is an ayat. It's repeated. So the darkness, and whenever you come, it's towards Nur. This is ayat, Quran's ayat. And this is a modern kind of calligraphy done by my son, Bahla. And this is a four-piece artwork. This is Thuluth, and this is modern calligraphy, painted on canvas.
These are all four different canvases, and
yes,
then you put together, and
yes,
then that becomes a one piece. Whole piece. MashaAllah, yes. Very nice.
Okay, and this one is one more artwork, which says وَمَا أَمْرُنَا إِلَّا وَاحِدَةٌ كَلَمْحٍ بِالْبَصَرِ. It is written in Thuluth, and just the size of the pen change made this look beautiful, because the Vav is in itself very beautiful letter. So the Vav, and then وَمَا أَمْرُنَا إِلَّا وَاحِدَةٌ كَلَمْحٍ بِالْبَصَرِ. The other thing I bought with me is this. This
Very
one.
Nice. Very nice.
It is also the center is Aleph in Thuluth, and this side is modern calligraphy done by my son Bahla Saifi. This is the modern calligraphy. This is Aleph in Thuluth.
Do you have anything circular that you can show?
Okay, the circular one. This. This is circular.
Very nice.
It is also modern, all around, done by my son. And in the middle, it's Allah in Thuluth. Allah.
Very nice.
One more piece in Thuluth is colorful. صبغة الله ومن أحسن من الله صبغة. This is an ayat, Quranic ayat. Okay, صبغة الله is color of Allah. ومن أحسن من الله صبغة.
Now we will get back to the class, and you will see that how to produce this beautiful calligraphy, and Shabbir Safi will show us the rules and regulation for that, and how to use a pen to write this kind of beautiful calligraphy. Thank you very much.
Today, the program is that I'm going to show you each and every alphabet of Thuluth, how to write it. And then at the end of the class, I will display a work. I will try to write a tughra, which is in Thuluth, so that you can see that how what decorative calligraphy means. So let's start with calligraphy, Thuluth. The difference between Thuluth and Naskh is, anybody who was here in Naskh class.
Yes, there was a class earlier on Naskh. If not, you can see the video. So Nas was the first one, and then the Sulus is the
So
second class.
Naskh is a little bit smaller style, and which is the Quran are written in Naskh. The Surat names and the Bismillahs are written in Thuluth. So as I said, the Thuluth are decorative. So you can go and see in Quran Majid that the ayat names and stuff like that are written in Thuluth. And the whole text is written in Naskh. So Thuluth is a little bit larger than Naskh. And let's get started with it. What I mean with larger is like this. Thuluth alif of a thuluth is from 4 nuqta to 12 nuqta big. You can write 4 nuqtas alif and you can write 12 nuqta alif. So it's very versatile. According to your space, you have to write aleph.
Very nice.
So
then you can use it to decorate in a
Yeah.
tubra and in different shapes.
Okay, yes, that's the way. When I started calligraphy practicing, my teacher told me that you have to practice aleph, and he showed me this is the aleph. I thought it's just a simple thing. I mean, just a straight line. That's it. I'm going to do it in a jiffy. What happened is, in just one letter aleph, there are so many rules, so many things to consider it as a right aleph for thuluth that it's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling.
So let's see, we will see what he's talking about. We show the example.
Let's start with aleph. So I'll use this. Everybody who is joining this class has this pen which is called Calligraphy Pen 3.0. You can use this pen, but I'm going to use this thicker marker because to show you what I mean, to show you in detail about every letter. So I will write every letter in 8 nuqtas height. Between 4 and 12, I have choice. So I will write 8 nuqta alif, and then every letter will follow that measurement. So first of all, what I did is I measured the height of 8 nuqtas and then made a line. And this will show from the back of the paper. This is the guide. Okay. So when I start aleph, first of all, I have to engage the whole tip of the pen to the paper. The whole tip of the pen to the paper. That's very essential, very important. If there is like a little bit, the little of that pen tip is not touching the paper, it's not going to look very good. So first of all, I will do is I will make a very square nuqta to see that the pen is touching the paper. The pen tip is touching the paper. That's very important. Very important. This is very important. Believe me or not. Believe me or not. And now I will start writing aleph. See, this is at the angle, this angle. Now I'm going a little bit deeper angle, like this. Okay? Stop there, start from here, and pull. See what I'm talking about, the The tip didn't touch the paper. That's why this jagged edges is showing up. The tip of the pen should touch the paper at all the time. That's very essential. It doesn't look good if it's not touching and this kind of jagged edges is showing up. There's always, you can go back and touch it up. Now, in this aleph, there are 3 sections. One is the head. One is the body. And the last one is the tail. 3 things. You have to consider these 3 things. The head is like this. This is the head of thuluth, alif. And the body is just straight line. That's it. The tail, that's very important. Many people, what they do is they flick the pen and try to make this happen. It's never going to happen like that. You have to be patient with this. You have to be very patient with lifting the pen. You change the direction and it's going to bring this edge. You just change the direction of the pen, the angle of the pen, and it's going to give you this edge, the tail, which is called the tail. So this head is about 1.5 nuqta, 1.5 nuqta long. The whole alif from here to here is going to be 8 nuqtas. 8 nuqtas. So, did you see? I mean, this one, the head. When I made this point, I used like this. I went like this. The curve here. This is parallel, but this is a curve. And then fill it up. It should be curve here. See? So this is alif of 8 nuqtas. Now, let's go with the... once you are good at making alif, there are many other letters you can do easily with that with that knowledge. Is for example, you can make a kaf easily, kaf, because it's an alif, and then a bay.
Very nice. So once you know aleph, first you will know how to hold the pen.
Right.
And then you can also add some other shapes to it and it will become another letter.
Another letter.
Very
like
nice.
The lam. The same thing. It's alif. And then the
So do we have to have this all the time, or sometimes we can
Yes.
have a simpler portion of that?
No, you have to have, if you are writing thuluth, you have to have this taj, which is called taj also, the head, the taj
Or crown,
of
maybe.
crown of the alif, crown. like the letter Noon. Noon has a crown too, just like this. You have to make, this one is at this angle, and the Noon has a little bit this angle, and then Noon. You don't have to do Taj on Noon. You don't have to do this. Only just this one is okay. But on Aleph, Lam, Kaf, you have to do this. If you do this, it's good, but it's not essential. So now, after Aleph, we can go with the letter Ba. So now, this is the basic stroke, the nukta, and then pull it a little bit more, like this. It should be 1.5 nukta. And now, from here, this edge, very important. Don't go like this. You have to break. You have to break like this. You have to break. Then from this point, you have to drag. You have to drag for 5 to 6. Six nukta and half smaller than this one, a little bit smaller than this one. So this is ba, ta, tha, ba. This is, and the center point shouldn't be here. The line, this is the line. If this is the line, the center point should be this, not in the center of ba. The touching point should be this way, this here, like this. Let me show you again.
Question for you, couple of.
Okay.
How we get the curve in the head of the Aleph? Maybe we can answer it later on.
What curve?
How somebody asked a question.
Mm-hmm.
Do we how we get the curve in the head of the Aleph?
Oh, okay. That, like this. Let me go with this first, and then I'll show you. So this is a ba. A ba. See, here is a half nukta, and this is not the center point. It's here. It's touching. This is a ba, fa, any letter. Many letters can be derived from this letter.
So what's this angle? This more kind of 60, this one?
Yeah, 60.
Okay, 60
this is 45, right?
This will be 45.
45, and this is
90.
90. So 90, no, it's not 60. It's 90 degrees, though. 80.
This is the angle. Kind of looks like that.
This is look like this.
Right? Oh, okay, okay. So you have to be. No, we're talking about the tip of the
tip
of the pen.
Oh, okay. So the tip of the pen should be 70 to 80 degree. 70 to 80 degree. Okay. If this is 45, this is 90 degree, right?
This is 0, this is 90.
This is 45.
Yeah, this is 45.
45. So this is
70 to 80.
80 to 70.
Okay.
You have to hold this. Hmm. 70 to 80.
Okay. Okay, so this is the angle that we are talking about. So this comes with the practice, and once you get used to it. And the other thing you may have noticed when Shabir Safi is writing that it's never the consistent angle same. You have to move along with the
Right.
and change the angle as you write.
Okay, now the bay. Somebody was asking me how to make the curve of alif.
Yes. How we get the curve in the head of the alif.
Head of the alif.
Yeah.
Like this. First a nuqta, then not from the top, start from here and get down and take up this, pass this.
Very nice. Very nice.
See? And then on the top of the tip, you have to go like this. And like this. And fill this thing up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? This olive. Now, a dal. Dal has a taj too, but it has a very different angle. It will be like this. Then the tip, it should be very consistent. The tip is very important. Hold your pen, put your tip of the pen on that written tip and go down. Pass this around one nuqta and go up. And make this.
That looks beautiful.
This is dal. It should be parallel and one nuqta further down. This is dal. There are many kind of dal you can write. They also write it like this. They write like this also. Many kinds, different kinds. So this is also a dal, but this is mainly, we use this dal every time. But when it comes to a joined letter, this dal will become like this. Four nuqta. Why? This is dal. It should be tilted 1.5 nuqta left. This is the dal. Now my favorite letter is Ra.
Let's see. Hold on. This
is Ra. Ra. It has a taj. Then you go like this. Touch the tip of your pen to the tip of the writing you did, and then pull. Pull it up. Should be 2 nuqtas. Please watch the tail. Please watch how I write this tail. It goes like this, and then the upper tip only proceeds, and the bottom one lifts up from the paper like this. And then I join this and paint it.
So this in bigger letter you have to do this. In smaller letter I have noticed this.
I mean, I can do it with this pen, the same effect with just, flick of the pen like this. I can do it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, very nice. Yeah.
Flick of the pen. But then every time it doesn't give me the same effect. If you are talking serious calligraphy, you have to do it like this. This is the way, not this. As I told you in the beginning of this class, no flicking. You don't have to flick the pen. It's very important.
We have about half hour left on this one, so it's good enough.
Now, the letter Chashmi ha. It has a taj. You go with the dal, and then you go up, go down. This one got bigger. Like this. This is it. It should be 1 nuqta and 1.5.
Very nice.
It's Taj. So to break this thing up, you have to do like this to make it life easier for you. This is the dal, the top of the dal, which we already did before this letter. This is the dal. And now all you do is you have a fa. This is fa. You have to join this thing too. See? It's just, you have to mix and match. You have to practice some strokes and then you mix and match.
One other question that came was on the ba, how you make the end of the ba?
Okay.
Or dal. The curve at the end.
The end. Okay. The question is how you make this curve and this sharp, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. It goes with the pen.
Or make this curve in this portion.
Okay. It goes with the flow of the pen. You have to hold this pen like this, and as you go, it will give you the sharp edge automatically. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything. It will give you a sharp edge. Because if you change the direction of the pen like this, then it goes like ugly. It goes ugly.
So where do you start the curve on this bar? Do you start here or here, or?
You start from here because this is the touching point of a bar, 1/3.
Okay.
This is the center. So 1/3, you have to touch this bar on the line, and then you start going up.
Okay. Okay.
Remember, this is handwriting, not finger writing. You have to involve the whole hand, not just fingers. What people tend to do is they just, try to move their fingers. That's why it doesn't give you the shape you want to get out of the letter.
Very nice.
The difference between swad and toy. Toy and swad looks same to many people. But if you are a professional thuluth writer, you know what you are talking about. What's the difference between swad and toy? This is a toy. It has just one nuqta. It has one nuqta. Swad has 1.5 nuqta. The head of the swad and the toy is different. Toy has an alif over it. Half nuqta. And it stands a little bit on the center, a little bit to the bottom. Fine. The very beautiful letter wow. If you practice this curve for a couple of days, it will make your life easier. This stroke, the eye, the shape of an eye. This eye is very important because it can you can write a vowel, a fa, a qaf with this stroke. So basically, what you do is you make a squiggly line like this. And go up and merge, and then see, the point should come, the edge. This is important. This is wow. So wow can be written two ways. One is like this, and the other one is like the ray we wrote. Then pull and join. 5, 2, 2. The letter meme. Meme can be written a couple of ways. This is meme, one way of writing meme. The other way is a long nukta, join this like a bridge, and make the bottom like a ray, the way which we written. We already made a ra, which is the similar stroke like meme, the vow, and here, the ra. This is the same stroke as meme. Just you have to make a long nukta, join this part with the above part, then make the stroke. Meme.
One question was that what is the tail of vow? Is it 8 or 12? 8 or 12, something like that. The tail of vow.
This one?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 5, but this is 4.
Okay.
If you are making curve, it should be 4. If you are making long, 5 to 6 is okay. In this one, 5 to 6 is okay. But it should be longer than this. Longer than this.
Again, the beauty of solus is it gives you flexibility.
Yes.
Yeah. So
flexible. Because if you are writing like 4 nukta long alif, then the whole the set of alphabets is going to be like according to that 4 nukta alif. So everything will be shortened down. Now, the letter Jim. It's very difficult, but once you practice, it's going to be easier. First, go this way, but a little bit upper. Then, four nukta. Now, start from here and part your nib from this part, this area.
So it's the half of it, basically.
Half. Okay? And don't go further this line. This should be point here. This should be, and then now. It should go 1.5 نقطة from outside of this line. This is Jim. Ha, ha. Let me show you again. First, go this way, then go this way. It's like this, the flow. Then
very nice. So for this crown, you basically go this way.
Yes,
And
this
then
way.
down.
The crown, you have to make this way first and then go this way.
Okay.
It should be 4 نقطة wide. 5 نقطة down.
Very nice.
And 1.5 نقطة out. Okay. Now the last letter is
I have more papers in case you need.
Is ya. So you know how to make a dal of naskh. So you know how to make a dal of naskh. Now, what you do is flip it around. This dal should flip, you have to flip it around like this. Go a little bit out. And at this angle. And now you go down. Down. Yeah. This is the curve of a noon and a dal. Noon and dal is yeah. Like this.
So in other words, if somebody gets a good grasp of the basic letters,
basic strokes.
Okay.
If you practice your basic strokes, it will be very much easier for you to mix and match those strokes and make different letters out of those strokes. So it's very easy if you break it into strokes. But if you think that each and every letter is I have to practice all those letters and everything, it's not going to be that easy. So the basic thing is you have to practice strokes and then combine those strokes and make different letters or words. And now we can go and make a demonstration of how the thuluth can be used to make beautiful designs. What we can do is we can make a tughra of this thuluth and then see how it looks.
So you're making basically a beautiful design.
Right.
So what are you going to write?
I'm going to write قولوا للناس حسنا. Speak to the people nicely, beautiful. Speak to the people nicely.
So in other words, this is also part of our Islam, and this is art of how to deal with people, how to talk to them. So he's gonna write that specific. This is ayat, right?
Yeah, it's قولوا للناس وقولوا للناس حسنا. It's an ayat.
Ayat from the Quran. Yeah. While he is writing, I can explain. While Shabir Safi is writing this beautiful Togra, I can explain that this pen, the pen that he is using is called Perel marker.
Pilot Perel.
Pilot Perel, and this is also available, online. So if you want to try this one, only difficulty with this one is not at an angle. So you have to get a little bit used to it with writing this one. But once you get used to it, it's just like writing with the ink. So as you can see, it takes a lot to make the composition. I mean, you have to make sure that all the words, all the alphabets are in the guidelines, according to the guidelines, and also nothing is overlapping each other. And at the end, he can also add the Zair, Zubar, and all of that.
It's called Zukhruf. If you add Zair, Zabar, it's called Zukhruf. The Zair, Zabar, and everything, stuff like that.
So some of the marks are just to add the beauty, to add the balance,
Yes.
and some of them are zukhruf.
So this is
That's beautiful.
وَقُولُوا لِلنَّاسِ حُسْنًا, and speak to the people in a good manner. This is what it is translated. This is ayat of Quran. Any questions?
Yes, we open it to question now. If you have any question, I answered some of the question through the chat, but if you still have any other question, this is a good time to ask. Otherwise,
Okay.
you know, yes, you want to add something?
I can show you some work.
Yeah, why don't you show some of your good work that you have? And also, somebody asked about the guide.
Okay.
About the basic strokes. Is there anything that you recommend that people can buy online or?
I don't know about buying online, but I have developed a sheet, which I don't have it right now, which are like 30 to 35 basic strokes. You have to practice those strokes and mix and match, and most of the calligraphy, the Arabic calligraphy, will be covered by those 30 to 35 strokes. And that's, I mean, that is, it makes it life simpler for the learners to, you know, grasp this beautiful art.
Well, thank you, Shabir Safi, for
you.
teaching us a detail of Surus calligraphy. And thank
very
you all
much.
the participants who joined today, and those who will be watching the video later on. This video will be posted on the website on December 6th. So you will be able to see all this calligraphy once again. One more thing that please go to our website, subscribe to it. If you want to volunteer, there is a volunteer button there too. And also subscribe to our YouTube channel. And we will also keep posting you, you know, with any detail of upcoming classes.
قولوا للناس حسنا. Okay, this is the way it is written.
And also, do you have any of your?
This one was, I wrote it at my place, home, and practiced. And then this is the live, I did it here.
Usually it can take many months to write something a bigger ayah, and you want to make it, you know, and really good geometrical and also looking good and still staying in the rules. That takes a lot of effort sometimes. I'm amazed to see he did this beautiful art piece within 10 minutes.
Oh, it's a practice. It's practice.
I hope you keep doing the practice too.
Okay. Now the fun part. I have done many calligraphy myself. This is one thuluth calligraphy. This is called وما. This is written ayat. وما أمرنا إلا واحدة كلمح بالبصر. This is an ayat. It's in thuluth.
Very nice. So this is on the paper, right?
Yes, it's on paper, and it's just framed. This is another work which I did in, many doctors do put this in their offices, which is ayat, وَإِذَا مَرِضْتُ فَهُوَ يَشْفِينَ. That Ibrahim alayhi salam says that to Allah, that when I get sick, you are the one who treats me, heals me. فَهُوَ يَشْفِينَ. فَهُوَ Allah يَشْفِينَ. This is in Thuluth too. Also, this is fun project. This was a fun project.
So I see some here modern calligraphy.
Modern calligraphy. My son does modern calligraphy, and this is Thuluth. This is Thuluth Alif, and my son does this modern calligraphy, and it's a very nice piece.
Beautiful. Do you have any other piece that you want to show us?
Yes.
Something in circular or something like that?
Yeah.
Oh.
This is the modern calligraphy all around, and Thuluth in the middle. Thuluth is Allah is written in the middle. Allah.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay.
Like us on the Facebook. Go there, and inshallah ta'ala, we will have more events posted on it. In the future, we will bring bring Shabir Safi again, and inshallah ta'ala, we will. Do you want to show something more?
This is 4-piece.
Oh, okay. So once you learn the calligraphy, you can do all these pieces. So keep on learning the calligraphy. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Visit our 3D art gallery. Walk through and get a virtual and immersive experience of an art gallery. Bring glamour to your home. Buy a beautiful piece of Islamic art at www.islamicartsociety.org.
Okay, guys, I guess this ends my demo. I appreciate you guys watching. I hope you enjoyed me painting, and also you're all online checking out the Islamic Art Festival 2020. Thank you.
Visit our 3D art gallery. Walk through and get a virtual and immersive experience of an art gallery. Bring glamour to your home. Buy a beautiful piece of Islamic art at www.islamicartsociety.org.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 7th Annual Islamic Art Festival. My name is Zulfikar Ali and I will be hosting the calligraphy show today. It's my honor to introduce Osama Qureshi. He is really good in Solus. And today we will write names, duas, and phrases. So without further delay, I will ask Osama Qureshi to introduce himself, what was his art genre, and then inshallah ta'ala write some names and duas and phrases.
Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure being here today. Assalamu alaikum to everyone, and like Dr. Ali was saying, I've kind of found myself doing calligraphy. I think my journey started when I was very young. I noticed that I had an aptitude for writing very well, and I had really good handwriting. And knowing Islam's ambivalence towards figurative art, I decided to expand my capabilities in that realm. And so from good handwriting, it sort of became more into calligraphy, especially around the time that I was in college. It sort of became an exercise in stress relief, especially after like a bad test or something like that. I just sit back down and try to write something out. However, as I also grew older, I realized the spiritual significance of it. And most of my art is actually sacred rather than secular, which is a hallmark, I think, of Islamic art as compared to different disciplines. And after all, Islamic art or calligraphy in the Islamic tradition started out by beautifying the Quran, and it's no coincidence that was the case, because for Muslims, the Word of God, which is the absolute truth, deserves its own beauty. As Plato said himself, beauty is the splendor of truth. And for Muslims, there's nothing more truthful than God's word itself. So having said that, I guess we can get started and write some names down, inshallah. Right?
All right. Inshallah, let's start with maybe anything that you like to write.
All right.
And then I will give the list that I have received so far.
Okay. Well, I wanted to start with one that Dr. Ali mentioned before we got started today. And I know because my mom is really, really excited about this show and has been watching it nonstop for the past few days, or for the past few months, which is Ertuğrul. And it's a show from Turkey. And it's sort of taken over the entire Muslim world. I think it's broken Guinness World Book Records for viewership. And so I'll probably start with that one. The main protagonist character's name is Ertuğrul, which I think is Turkish. And when I looked it up, it meant brave man. I don't think it has a direct translation into Arabic. Nevertheless, we can write it down in the script. And so having said that, I'll get started.
So he wrote Aleph first, and then this Ra.
So Arabic, like English, is a language that has an alphabet. So a lot of people ask me in the past when I've done these calligraphy workshops or name writing sessions, is like, oh, is it like, you know, Mandarin, in which you have actual pictorial letter forms? And that's not the case. You have to spell letters out, and the letters change forms as you write, and depending on where they are located within a word. So a letter might look different in the start of a word, in the middle of a word, and in the end of a word. Can all be different letter forms, but they're the same letter. And so that takes a little bit of practice getting used to, especially someone coming from the English tradition, from the Latin scripts, where everything always looks the same, no matter where it's positioned in the word form.
While he's writing, I can give you some history about Ertugrul. He was a father of Ertugrul. His other, full name is called Ertugrul Ghazi, and he was a father of Osman. Osman is the one who was the founder of Ottoman Empire, and Ertugrul, he started from a very humble background, and then he became the king of all that area. He fought many wars. So he became, there is as Osama mentioned, Netflix has a whole series on the life of Ertugrul and how he conquered such a vast area, and then his son became the founder of the Ottoman Empire.
And I think it's fitting that we start with Ertugrul, because I feel like, as it relates to this particular script, which is Thuluth, it really reached its heyday under the Ottoman Empire. And if you're ever fortunate enough to go to Turkey or places where the Ottoman Empire was, you'll still see these monumental structures. And the script that you'll see that looks like Arabic, and it could either be Arabic or Turkish or Ottoman Turkish, will most of the time be written in Thuluth. So it has a very rich imperial legacy. And I feel like to this day, you'll see Thuluth written on sort of impactful documents, official government decrees in Arabic-speaking countries, or in the title of books. So it has that heft to it, that this is important kind of script.
And especially if you took already went through the video of that class, and somebody who took the class on Solus, they kind of emphasize on that and the beauty of it, and how you can fit into a very nice geometric figure to make it look more beautiful.
So now I'm going to go back and write some diacritical marks or letter forms, or dots, as it's more colloquially referred to. And these basically distinguish similar letter forms from other ones, depending on how many dots are there. So Ertugrul has a T in it, or a T sounding letter form. And so that's usually denoted by 2 dots on top of the base letter. If it was 3 dots, that would become a TH sound, like th. If it was a Y sounding letter form, you'd actually see me put the 2 dots on the bottom. And so a cluster of letters actually have a very similar morphology, but depending on where you put these dots can actually change the letter entirely. So
So these are kind of vowels, yeah, and closest to the in English is vowels.
Yeah, the diacritical marks are actually, yes, like vowels, and they're usually denoted by sort of slanting lines that can either be on top or on bottom of the letters. And so if you have a slanting line on top, that's the A sound. And then if it's on the bottom, it would be the E sound or E. Because Ertugrul starts with an E, I would start with that letter form actually being on the bottom. And so we'll denote the alif on the bottom right here. And there we go. Ertugrul. So now I'm just going to sort of finish it off a little bit. Thuluth is also characterized from other scripts in that it has these sort of pointed hook at the beginning of some letters. And it adds a sort of movement to the letter that otherwise would not be there. And it looks quite nice, if I say so myself. And now I'm going to go back and add the aforementioned diacritical marks. So here's the first letter, So I'm going to put a line underneath. This is a connecting mark. It's called a hamza, or a sukun, I'm sorry, in Arabic. And then we have the U letter vowel on top. And I'm going to switch for the other one. And you might see me switching between pens to adjust for width. And that's up to the artist's discretion, which needs to be smaller, which needs to be bigger. Because in the end, you want it to look nice and you want the composition to have a sense of balance. There. You don't want all of the letter form to be on one end and then something sticking out on the other end. Unless, of course, it's very deliberate and that's what's happening. So, for example, like the word Ali, radiallahu anhu, which was the fourth caliph in Islamic history, who was characterized by having a two-pronged sword. And it actually features a lot in his iconography. So oftentimes you'll see people write his name, Ali, but then they'll extend out the ya all the way out and then it'll end in two prongs. And so those are some of the ways you can be a lot more creative when it comes to this sort of thing. And it sort of melds your traditional art with the letter morphologies themselves.
So you can make shapes with the writing, but you can also embed shapes in the writing.
Exactly, yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah. And oftentimes you'll see, particularly in South Asia, you'll see, I think, compositions about Ali whose nickname was like Haidar, and he'll be in a lion. So everything written will be in the form of a lion. And that's actually quite interesting to see. And a lot of people who might not be familiar with Islamic calligraphy and might think that we are completely against figurative art, it's sort of a convenient loophole that a lot of Islamic artists have employed in the past.
And I see sometimes ships being made of the calligraphy. Sometimes, the flowers.
Yeah.
It's interesting. So while he's working on it, I can show some of his columns and pens, and you can see, appreciate it, how dedicated and how passionate he is about his calligraphy. So for example, this is made of reed, very beautiful column, this one, and these one also columns, but you can see intricate design, but each of them is a different size. So what calligraphy does is that everything is in proportion. So when, for example, he is writing Aleph, it has a certain length, as was explained in the Solo's calligraphy class this morning. And then if you want to write smaller one, you can use a smaller pen. And this one again is the, kind of the wood. Is it Java, right? This one?
Yeah, that's actually
Java
a Javanese thorn. And it's supposed to be able to write a lot. So like any other sort of pen that one might have, and you can look at it if you want to look a little closer, you can see that it's cut at a certain angle. Traditionally, I think it's around 40 degrees, if I'm not mistaken. And most of the time in the traditional Islamic world and the Arabic calligraphy, you'll see them use reeds like this. This one's used a reed sourced from Iran, and most of the time they have to go through a process in which they're dried out for a few months, and then they're cured in that sense, and then they'll be ready to write. With these are from the island of Java, as Dr. Ali said, and they're made of a type of thorn which is extremely hard. And I think when I bought this pen or this pen set, what really had sold me was that there was a legend that someone had written an entire Quran with one pen. Because normally you always have to like sharpen your pen,
yes,
because it wears out over time when you're writing, and those edges are important to make sure that your letters look crisp, so to speak. And if you don't, then it doesn't look as nice. But with this, I don't anticipate me ever having to sharpen it. So that's
and
nice.
I heard you cannot have a bigger column in this one because usually it's made of thorn, so you cannot have a much bigger tip than few millimeters.
Yeah, that's the limiting factor as well.
Right. Can you write? What else do you want to show? Or maybe I have some words that I can.
Okay, we can go on with a different word. That's fine.
Okay. So this is orthograph, as mentioned again. This is famous series. This is the famous Netflix series. Lot of seasons in that, and a very famous drama. So this is the name of orthograph in that.
How about let's switch gears and use a particular prayer that I was a big fan of, especially when I was in school. And anyone who's a Muslim kid who's going through school at the time knows this particular, what we call dua or invocation. And it is, I think you can guess, Rabbi zidni ilma, which means, my Lord, increase me in knowledge. And throughout college, when you're trying to cram for a test or something like that, it's always on the back of your mind. It's just Rabbi zidni ilma, Rabbi zidni ilma, Rabbi zidni ilma. And then Pixie. So, let's see.
Nice.
And speaking of knowledge, unfortunately, I think religion in general has a bad rap, at least in Western society, as being something that you simply close your eyes, obey, and don't critically think about. In Islam, seeking knowledge is contingent upon every person. In fact, there is a prophetic narration, or hadith, as we say in Arabic, which is, seek knowledge even if it's in China. In China, in the time of the Prophet was a journey that would probably take years. So when people say, oh, you know, quote unquote, religious people are unthinking, or they're encouraged by their faith not to think too deeply on certain matters, I don't necessarily think that applies to the Islamic tradition, at least. It's one that encourages deep thought, it encourages critical thinking, and things that we need, regardless of what era you're living in.
And that is knowledge that is related to religion, and also knowledge that is for the use of people.
Oh, totally.
Ilm nafi and ilm sharia, both are, required.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. I think there's also another hadith in regards to that said that knowledge is the lost property of the believer, and he takes it wherever he finds it. And they didn't specify what sort of knowledge that was. That could be the sacred or secular.
Again, as Osama mentioned, that for him is a relief, stress relief, or what we call meditation. I myself think calligraphy as a meditation. It gives you, it's like you kind of zone out when doing calligraphy, and you're in another dimension practically. So it's especially in a difficult time, that helps a lot. And there is a dua about it. Actually, there is a ayah in Quran, inna ma'al usri yusra. So whenever you go through difficulty, you can read this, inna ma'al usri yusra. Surely after every difficulty, there is a relief. So, calligraphy kind of ties up into the whole picture, grand picture. So while he's writing, maybe I can explain a little bit. For example, this one, I will use a pen, a column, a pen to show you. This is Ra, Rab, B, and this is Za, Dal, so Zid, and then he's writing Ni again. So these are composition, combining two letters together. Actually, when you're doing calligraphy in Arabic calligraphy, and sometimes you're looking for what would be, if you're writing a letter, you have to make in your head maybe 3 or 4 letters ahead of it, how this will look, to make it more beautiful.
Right.
So when did you started this journey? How old you were the first time you did calligraphy?
The first time I did calligraphy, I didn't know what to call it. I didn't know what I was doing. I remember I was fortunate enough to have an imam when I was growing up in Corpus Christi, Texas, who was very, very skilled in this art form. And I noticed like, he writes just as well as I see it in the Quran. At the time I didn't know, but it was the Naskh script. And then I decided to sort of iterate on that and try to copy it and try to make the letter forms as closely resembling what he did and what was in the Quran as much as possible. It was only until I think the advent of YouTube, which really opened up these possibilities for someone who was like an amateur enthusiast like me, to really see how people, hold the pen, the materials that are used, and really elevate the level of discourse that is in, calligraphy. And fortunately enough, with kids that are growing up these days, they have a lot more resources than I did, for example, growing up in the 90s. Organizations like these, the Islamic Art Society, gives people an organization to go to if they're interested, and there's a lot of resources. And if you even want to take classes, something that was unheard of as short as 10 years ago, no one even thought about it. And I think the founders of this organization deserve a lot of credit in that respect.
Yeah, at Islamic Art Society, we are trying our best to provide the platform, and artists like you, especially the young artists, they are inspiring other young artists, because we don't want it to just disappear with me or the other founders. So now Osama is adding vowels or diacritical marks that change how you pronounce it. And also he adds some beautification to it by adding some smaller shapes into it.
Yeah, as going off of what Dr. Ali was saying, the diacritical marks are a component of the artwork itself when the final composition comes together. And people who even can read Arabic in a devotional sense oftentimes have a difficulty reading calligraphic compositions because it's too busy for them and they can't really decipher what's going on. But that in itself is an interesting challenge, especially if you go into more advanced scripts like Diwani, which was, I think, developed around the 17th century or the 18th century in the Ottoman Turkey. When you see it just from a distance, it doesn't look like it's anything legible. But when you get up close to it, you see the swirling lines, and everything has actual orthographic value. And those for me are when I'm as just a consumer of calligraphy, are probably the most interesting compositions because they don't seem like anything until you get up close and then you can read it. And I think that's one personal thing that I have about whenever I'm doing calligraphy or writing something down, because there's these new trends that I see in calligraphy called calligraffiti, which is sort of graffitiized calligraphy. And I've seen that a lot with Latin scripts.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem I have is that sometimes it's just completely illegible, and I don't necessarily see the value in that.
Do you have anything that to inspire young artists, young calligrapher?
Mm-hmm.
It takes a long time to learn calligraphy. But I see that you're studying here, and then you're doing a job, and then at the same time you do calligraphy. Is there any way that our audience can do the same thing?
Well, I think when it comes, it's not like art is dying out, but we are seeing, for example, a de-emphasis on the written arts, and that's starting at schools. In fact, my nephew, I just ordered some papers for him because he wanted to have good handwriting like me. And I just ordered a bunch of papers, and we're going to be starting to write. So if you're interested in this, and it is, like you said, like you're helping to preserve a tradition, and that links you back generations to different Muslims, and it's like a connection to the past. So.
Thank you, everybody who's watching it. Inshallah ta'ala, we will see you tomorrow again. Tomorrow we have another artist, calligrapher, Huzaifa Taki. He will be here, and inshallah ta'ala, he will show his beautiful calligraphy. So see you tomorrow, inshallah ta'ala. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Visit our 3D art gallery. Walk through and get a virtual and immersive experience of an art gallery. Bring glamour to your home. Buy a beautiful piece of Islamic art at www.islamicartsociety.org.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 7th Islamic Art Festival. My name is Zulfikar Ali, and I will be the host of today's show. Yesterday we did names, duas, and calligraphy writing. This morning we did Sulus calligraphy class. Now we will be writing names in Sulus, names, duas, and phrases in Sulus. It's my honor to introduce Huzaifa Taqi. He has been with us for a long time. And without further delay, I will ask Huzaifa Taqi to introduce his art journey and then do some Sulus calligraphy.
Sure. Yeah, so my name is Huzaifa Taqi. I am a graduate of Al-Jami'atu Sayfiya in Surat, India. That is kind of where my calligraphy journey, so to say, started. I did Islamic studies there, and just through my studies and exposure to the culture, my interests sparked in Arabic calligraphy. And I had other friends, and I had the opportunity to learn from other more mature professional calligraphers. I took those moments with me, and back when I went to my room, when I sat down with the pen and paper, I really reflected on everything that I saw and everything that I learned, and I tried to develop those skills for myself. Fast forward a few years, I just recently graduated from Columbia University with a master's in Islamic studies. And while I was there, I had the opportunity to travel to Cairo for a study abroad for the summer. And there, I took that opportunity to contact some professional khattat, people that dedicate their entire lives to this art. And I took some khattu sulus classes there. And so, that was a moment that really, it was an eye-opening moment, and it made me realize how detailed and how calculated this art is. Sometimes when you see these calligraphers write, you think that they make it look easy. But once you learn the intricacies of the art, as I'm sure you all have witnessed in the workshops, it is very, very difficult, and it takes a lot hours of practice, and eventually it becomes muscle memory. That is the goal, to make it muscle memory, as with any craft.
Very nice. So what is the first thing you plan to write today?
I was hoping to start out with Maryam.
Okay.
Maybe I could write the name Maryam, and then we can work on some other phrases.
Sure.
And things like that. So I think we can use this paper for that.
Very nice.
Some very beautiful pre-printed paper. I think Maryam in the center will look very nice.
Yeah, so as you can see, the frame is basically tahzib, or illuminations, and in the center he will write Maryam. Many of you are aware of Maryam, but for those who are new to it, Maryam is the same as Mary, the mother of Prophet Jesus. And in Islam, there is a big significance on Hazrat Maryam. There is a chapter in Quran named after her. So in a lot of Muslim families have their name Maryam. So now you can see if somebody says Maryam is basically Mary. So inshallah ta'ala, Huzaifa will write Maryam for you. Again, this is in Sulus calligraphy, and this is one of the most beautiful script in the calligraphy. Again, when you're writing on, in a predefined space, you have to be very careful that you want to keep the balance, so knowing how much big the name will be, you kind of choose the pen accordingly, because if it's a bigger pen, if you try to write in a small space, it will not look good, because you have to keep the dimensions intact. So this is starting with this, I can explain Mim, Ra, Ya, Mim, Maryam. And now he's gonna add some diacritical marks on it to make it, beautiful, as well as, to how to pronounce that. Because these diacritical marks are basically kind of vowels in English. So right now he's gonna add those marks and some for beautifying, he's gonna add some other shapes to it.
So I just wanted to add a little color.
Okay.
And so now we have the complete Maryam. These smaller memes indicate that, within the main text you have these memes, and it indicates the actual letter. Sometimes, when you have very complex and very intricate designs, it's sometimes it's hard, and they're very illegible sometimes. And so what calligraphers do is that they add these small letters underneath the larger letters, so that the reader can know that, okay, this is an ayn or a sin or a ha. And so I kind of use that same method here.
Beautiful. Thank you, Jose, for writing this for us. Thank you. Okay, what else do you want to write?
I was thinking we could write ahlan wa sahla.
Okay.
Thinking that this is a common greeting whenever we have guests at our house. We have our guests with us today in this event, and so maybe we can greet them with this phrase ahlan wa sahla.
Very good. Again, ahlan wa sahlan is basically welcome in Arabic, and wherever you see, again, this one transcends the boundary. Wherever in Muslim world you go, and when you say this word ahlan wa sahlan, people understand that what this means, and that is welcome. So again, ahlan wa sahlan can be used for both saying welcome as well as general hello. For example, you want to talk to somebody, you can say ahlan wa sahlan. So hello or welcome. So this word can be used in different settings too.
So now we have the main text down, and I will just embellish it with some of the diacritics and other, or the correct term for zakharif, the other little marks that we see on it, the designs.
So you are going to use some different color this time for
Yeah,
the
I was thinking about just using some red, black
Yes,
and red.
yes.
It looks very good together. It's a good combination.
The paper that he's writing on is glossy paper, so that the pen moves on it effortlessly. You don't want a rough paper to write this kind of stuff. You can easily find this paper here. One other one that most commonly used for calligraphy is called finger paint pads. So these are 12 by 18 inches pads, and you can write a fairly big word on it, or with this size that Huzaifa is using, you can write a whole phrase or maybe a short ayah with this pen.
So that is the complete. I'll just add, like I mentioned earlier, they add these letters to clarify. So this is the complete ahlan wa sahla.
So that's a crown basically making to make it more beautiful.
Yes. Some people can make it in one stroke. I have yet to achieve that type of perfection. The one easy step is to kind of make it halfway and then draw in the final tip.
Okay.
Like I did here.
I have seen a lot of accomplished calligrapher doing the same, because that way you can be more precise.
More precise.
Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah. So let me add some black this time.
So he's gonna add some diacritical marks on it. Again, this is basically similar to vowels in English. So Huzaifa wrote this man jadda wa jadda. What it means is that whoever strives or works hard shall succeed, and this is quite inspiring. And this kind of relates to his own story, that he worked very hard to learn this calligraphy, and as you can see now, he can write beautifully in a very short period of time. I also like his color combination.
I'm just trying to mix it up a little.
Right, very nice. Looks beautiful.
Thank you.
Right. Well, in a short period of time, this is a third piece of art that he, made it, and looked, in a very compact place. He was able to write the whole phrase. What else do you want me, want us to show today?
I thought maybe we can, like Osama also mentioned previously, that many times we write, Arabic calligraphy is used to display sacred texts. And so I was thinking that maybe we can use an ayat from the Quran.
Okay.
And the ayat is فَاذْكُرُونِي أَذْكُرْكُمْ, which is a divine promise that, Allah says that if you remember me, then I will remember you. And so I was thinking that maybe we can write that.
Yeah, I think that will be a good idea. Again, this فَاذْكُرُونِي أَذْكُرُكُمْ, this is from the second chapter of Quran, from the Surah Baqarah. And the whole ayat is basically says, فَاذْكُرُونِي أَذْكُرُكُمْ وَاشْكُرُوا لِي وَلَا تَكْفُرُونَ. Therefore remember me, I will remember you. And be thankful to me, and do not be ungrateful to me. So today, Huzaifa is going to write فَاذْكُرُونِي أَذْكُرُكُمْ, which means, therefore, if you remember me, I will remember you. So let's watch his, the way his hand movements are, the way he writes. Seventh year, we started in 2014, and now it's 2020. And this is the first time we could not do in person festival, but I believe every challenge comes with an opportunity, and the opportunity for us is that we can be at home and still able to look at all the portion of the Islamic art. We don't have to drive anywhere, but we can see all of the artists, all of the art on display. As you know, you can even buy the art. Go into the that list of art that is available for sale, and you can buy the pieces that you like to buy. As far as trying to do calligraphy by yourself, you can follow these steps and start, and as if you spend more time, you will become better and better at it. And inshallah ta'ala, we will have more classes throughout the year. If not in person, we will try to do over Zoom, and all you have to do is subscribe to our newsletter or go on our website, islamicartssociety.com. If you type the Islamic Art Society in Google, we will always be at the top. So you can go from there and look at what art's going on. Also, we have Facebook. Please subscribe to our Facebook, Islamic Art Society Facebook, and we will have information about any of the upcoming classes or events where you can join us.
Just the final touches.
So what do you call these things, these small beautifying marks?
I believe the correct term is zakharif, which translate to just like embellishments.
Okay.
And so there are a few different kinds. Would you like me to illustrate it on the bottom?
Oh yeah. I think we can keep.
Yeah,
keep as it is.
I've used most of them actually.
Yeah.
You have this 1, 2, 3, and 4. There are a few other.
How about
variations.
this one? Is it also?
Yes, this
Okay,
as well.
I see.
This is probably one of the most common. You will see this almost everywhere. Usually, if someone is trying to write in a circle or any predefined shape, you use these to kind of fill in the blank spaces that you cannot fill with the letters, the actual writing itself.
Okay.
So
this is beautiful and
thank you
quite
so much.
long phrase. It's our the whole sentence. Thank you so much for writing this one.
I really enjoy this one. It's a very curvy and it's just a lot of fun to write as well.
Right. One of our audience, they are asking to write the name of President Joe Biden. He's over.
I guess it's very fitting for the.
But I know that
current
some of the alphabets are not there, like Biden, the D may not be in Arabic. So what do you do? What letter do you substitute it with?
How about I write it in?
Oh yeah, I think let's
illustrate
look
it
at and
directly.
see how it goes.
Joe Biden. Okay. Let's do it with black.
So that's how we write. He's going to show how to write Joe Biden in Solos.
We have Joe.
All right.
Joe.
So as you can see, Huzaifa is writing from right to left. That's how the Arabic is written. So the Joe word in Arabic will be on the right side, and Biden will be on the left side.
Biden. Let's add some.
So I know you're gonna add some those diacritic remarks.
Final touch.
All right. Thank you. Can you write any English, Joe Biden?
Sure. Okay. Don't hold me to my English English writing.
Oh, just to make it complete, you know. Thank you, Josefa. We saw some beautiful pieces of Solus calligraphy, and watching them live was a lot of fun. So again, who just joined in, this is Joe Biden from right to left written in Solus calligraphy. Yeah, he's our new president, so somebody requested that we write this name. So here it is. Well, thank you very much, everyone who joined the session today. I hope you keep learning calligraphy. And today our host was, today our calligrapher is Josefa Taki. As you can see, he can write a fairly long verses or sentences in a very short period of time. Again, don't forget to like us on the Facebook, and also subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are also on Instagram, so please go there and like us, like our videos. Thank you so much. And by being a subscriber to our websites, you will stay in touch with any other programs that we are going to do in the coming future. Thank you very much again. Assalamu alaikum.
Welcome, sir. Thank you.
our 3D art gallery. Walk through and get a virtual and immersive experience of an art gallery. Bring glamour to your home. Buy a beautiful piece of Islamic art at www.islamicartsociety.org. Visit our 3D art gallery. Walk through and get a virtual and immersive experience of an art gallery. Bring glamour to your home. Buy a beautiful piece of Islamic art at www.islamicartsociety.org.
The art spots on calligraphy, textiles, and books and painting refer to the love of ornament in Islam. This spot focuses on the abundant use of geometry to decorate flat surfaces and in three-dimensional space. But first, we'll take a look at geometry's many practical applications, which involved considerable mathematical knowledge for navigation, telling time, and building and orienting large structures. One consequence of this was the development of a very expert group of astronomers, mathematicians, and engineers. The other result was a widespread appreciation for geometry among educated people. To be educated meant to be conversant in theology, poetry, grammar, but also math. Geometry had a practical application in determining the orientation of prayer. Of course, to orient a mosque or determine which way to pray, you could use a magnetic compass, but the magnetic compass, which was originated in China, was not adopted by Muslims until about the 12th century or later. Instead, direction and distance were calculated using geometry, observing the stars, and using instruments such as astrolabes, and eventually making detailed maps, such as this one based on a 16th century Turkish map. I discuss astrolabes and this map in the Trade and Travel art spot. The issue of determining the correct orientation for prayer had to be addressed in every mosque, in every place from the 7th century to the present. And there were imperfect calculations, and some early mosques were off kilter, and people worried profoundly about this. You can read some of the questions that people in history asked about the correct and incorrect orientation of their mosques by looking at the Muslim Journeys website. Geometry required mathematical knowledge, but once learned, it provided visual pleasure. Geometrical patterns have an underlying numerical logic that was recognized, understood, and appreciated by the viewing public. And one place where we see the appreciation of mathematics in the visual arts is in architecture, in surface ornament and spatial planning. A geometrical pattern starts with a basic shape like a circle or square, and then it's rotated or interlaced so that more complex forms are made. Thus, from a simple rectangle, a star can be formed. Patterns based on this kind of numerical manipulation could start with a pattern based on the number 3. Think of triangles that become 6-pointed stars. Or 4. Think of a rotated square that becomes an 8-sided figure. Or even 5. Geometrical forms based on the number 5 were the most challenging. In the brick surface of this facade, the artisan's geometrical dexterity was such that 6, 9, and 12-sided figures emerge from the same field. When interconnected, these regular polygons and stars also create intermediary shapes that may appear irregular, and yet they are formed by the same rational and geometrical principles as the primary shapes. What amazes me in looking at a design like this is that it's made of plain brick and glazed tile. Ordinary materials. A brick is a simple rectangle, but instead of that rectangular form driving the composition, the artist managed to rotate it so that from the rectangle, octagons and star shapes emerge. Geometrical ornament plays with numbers, but it also plays with the relationship between figure and its background. When a marble screen in an Indian tomb was carved with white marble contrasting with the dark void of the emptiness between, it's hard to know which of the geometrical patterns we're supposed to focus on. The white and the black seem mutually dependent, yet one is solid form and the other is simply air. Geometrical principles for generating ornament may seem inflexible, but in fact there is astounding variety and freedom. Here we are looking at the mosque and mausoleum complex in Natanz, Iran, mostly dating to the 14th century. It has an exuberant array of geometrical ornament. In a single framed arch on its facade, a variety of patterns and colors were used. The different shapes made by the overlapping circles in bare brick in the center area are colored with turquoise and dark blue to make them stand out more sharply. The panel is then framed by a thin border of 6-pointed stars in blue, turquoise, and white. Around this is a rectangular band of inscription in turquoise tile, and alongside is a half column, the tile design of which, like the center, is generated by overlapping circles. But the Islamic fascination with geometry wasn't confined to surface patterns, it also gave shape to space. Geometry was especially important in constructing domes. Here in the Great Mosque of Cordoba in southern Spain, there is a dazzling mosaic dome over the mihrab. That's the niche that orients prayer. The dome overhead is supported by arches called ribs that give structural support. They span the corners of the square base and allow the square to become an 8-sided shape that can better support the dome overhead. We can understand what the ribs are doing functionally here and appreciate the logic of the structure and the beauty of the mosaic. But the pleasure is increased when we see that for no other reason than the delight of playing with geometry, the ribs of the side domes have a different scheme. One of the dizzying effects of geometry was to take something very simple, such as the interlacing rectangle or a small niche shape, and to repeat it so many times that the eye no longer perceives the initial form, but instead becomes immersed in the overall design. Ornament called muqarnas is made this way. It is assembled from many small niche-like shapes that are pieced together like a three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle that can curve horizontally and vertically. Returning to the Natanz complex, we see a projecting cornice that wraps around the minaret towards its top. It provides the support for what would have been the floor of a small balcony, as could have been used for the call to prayer. The cornice rests on a band of muqarnas. If you look analytically at the muqarnas, you can see that it produces a profusion of ornament at the place where the form is in transition from the vertical shaft of the minaret to the horizontal floor of the balcony. With its dazzling array of repeating units, muqarnas forms a curved surface that masks the transition from one plane to the other. In the Natanz mausoleum, we also find muqarnas used for the interior of a high dome and filling the half dome of an arch over a major doorway. One of the most glorious examples of a muqarnas comes from the 14th century Alhambra Palace in Granada, Spain. The muqarnas has such a powerful effect that when it is used to fill the inner surface of a dome, all rational understanding of dome construction flies out the window. Instead of thinking logically with the mind to discern how the dome is supported and where and when the dome shifts from rising vertically to crossing horizontally, the eyes and the imagination take over. In looking at this dome, we suspend our logical way of thinking, our ability to understand the dome rationally, and give in to a purely perceptual appreciation of it. How high is the dome? How steeply pitched is it? We have no idea. It simply bursts overhead like fireworks, and below we stand in awe. This is how Muqarnas ornament is most often employed, as a distraction to overwhelm the eyes and pry the imagination away from the rational mind. In this way, Islamic art, through geometry, often plays with the viewer's ability to see the numerical logic of the ornament. Islamic art, of course, has this wonderful, exuberant ornament, and it is very attractive to the eye. We love looking at it, and we think of it really as sort of pure visual enjoyment, as something that is purely decorative. But we should remember that it has an intellectual component as well, because underlying those patterns and those dazzling designs, there are combinations of numbers that are multiplied and carefully overlapped and intersected to form those very complex patterns that appeal to the eye, but also engage the mind.
Islamic Art Spots are a presentation of the National Endowment for the Humanities. Bridging Culture's bookshelf, Muslim Journeys, is a presentation of the National Endowment for the Humanities in cooperation with the American Library Association. Support for this program was provided by a grant from Carnegie Corporation of New York, with additional support for art and media components from the Doris Duke Foundation for Islamic Art. To further explore the Islamic Art Spots and the Bridging Culture's bookshelf, Muslim Journeys, visit the Muslim Journeys website.
How have Muslims expressed beauty? It's an important question to ask at a time when there's so much ugliness in the world. When we were making our Islamic art film and showed some of the world's most beautiful works of art and architecture, that's the question we asked ourselves. The Quran speaks about beauty and uses different words. Each one has a slightly different meaning. One word the Quran uses is zina, implying handsomeness, as in the Quranic verse, wear your most handsome clothes at every time and place of prayer, but don't be extravagant. A second Quranic term is ihsan, referring to a beautiful spiritual state. In describing Blessed Mary, Mother of Jesus, the Quran says that she was someone who grew in ihsan, in purity and in beauty. A third term is jamil, which implies majesty, as in Allahu jamilun yuhibbul jamal. God is beautiful and loves beauty. So beauty in Islam and in Islamic art are both visible and invisible. It's interesting, some of the art historians we consulted when making the film said the term Islamic art is too broad. They would say there are no connections between Syrian metalwork and a Persian rug. There's nothing in common between an adobe mosque in Central Africa and a towering minaret in Turkey. But perhaps what is common is that these Muslim artists had deep in their psyche an understanding of zina and hasan and jamil, of outward beauty, inward beauty, and reverence to majesty. With these concepts in mind, let's work to bring more beauty into the world. Allahu Jamilun Yuhibbul Jamal. Thank you for being a part of the UPF family, and inshallah we'll see you soon.
The narrative of human history is punctuated by war and conquest, triumph and catastrophe. But in the end, what endures? It is not the struggle that is lasting in our consciousness and treasured in our museums. It is the outpouring of creativity and intelligence that is civilization's greatest gift. The true legacy of Islamic culture is revealed in the nuance and ingenuity of its art and architecture.
That feeling of the encounter with majesty, the encounter with monumentality, it transcends culture, it transcends history, it is a kind of universal human experience of the arts.
We use art, we use architecture to crystallize our deepest emotions and our deepest aspirations for an understanding of our place in the world.
These monuments and artifacts continue to inspire us. They herald the finest qualities of Islamic culture and show us the best of individual achievements. Each contributes a crucial part in the ascent of world civilization. The 7th century was a turning point in history. In Europe, the Germanic tribes that had overrun the Roman Empire struggled for supremacy as they shaped their feudal kingdoms. To the east, the once great empires of Byzantium and Persia were weakened by centuries of mutually destructive wars. At that moment, the tribes of Arabia began one of history's greatest revolutions in power, religion, culture, and wealth, united under the new faith of Islam. From its birth in the Arabian Peninsula, Islam spread across the basin of the Mediterranean Sea, eventually reaching from Indonesia to Spain. And from this diverse civilization and the extraordinary wealth of its rulers came an outpouring of artistry. Objects and buildings, gardens and paintings reflect how this new culture grew in a varied and complex world.
It's not only about beautiful things. It's not only about looking at specific techniques or how a beautiful object looks in a museum. It's more like a window on a culture. Islamic art is a reflection of the people and the context in which it was produced.
And that, of course, makes art even that much more important because it is a reflection of who we are and what we are and will be memorialized in the years to come.
The themes that emerged as Islamic art developed show us the similarities in our common cultures, how our techniques and styles are shared and transformed.
Well, there are some aspects of art and architecture that are universal, that you don't need to learn to appreciate to get it. So I might have to learn Arabic to read the inscriptions, but I don't have to read Arabic to appreciate the purity of simple black script on a white background on a plate. It is elegance, and it's elegance that speaks through the centuries.
In Muslim tradition, Islam began in 610 in a cave in Mecca, where an angel came upon the Prophet Muhammad and revealed to him the words of the Quran. In the first revelation, God proclaimed himself the Creator and said, "Read, for your Lord is the most generous, the one who taught the use of the pen, taught man what he did not know." More than poetry, more than a holy book, it was the very word of God.
For Christians, God's gift was his Son. He sent down his Son to save mankind. For Muslims, God sent down a revelation. So the parallel is between Christ and an oral revelation. Because God's gift to mankind in Islam is the Quran, writing becomes the central feature of Islamic culture. And the use of the word everywhere, from day-to-day objects to Quran manuscripts, is the one feature that separates Islamic culture from all others.
The earliest dated words of the Quran are found in a stone building in Jerusalem, one of the most sacred and politically charged cities in the world. Built in 692, it is called the Dome of the Rock.
The Dome of the Rock would have been a familiar building in terms of form. That is, the shape, the arches, the techniques of decoration would have all been within the local Christian vocabulary.
It borrows the form from a Byzantine martyrium, and a martyrium is simply a building that marks the place of a martyrdom or perhaps the burial place of a saint.
But instead of a burial site, the dome covers a massive rock, believed by Muslims to be the sacred place from which Muhammad ascended to heaven on his mystical night journey to pray with Abraham, Moses, and Jesus.
The thing that makes this a uniquely Islamic building is the Arabic inscription that runs around it. That is, in effect, the sign that says, this is from a new culture. This isn't just somebody putting up words. This is somebody who cares. This is carefully composed. This is beautiful writing, calligraphy.
The interior inscription talks constantly about how God is one, not three. And this is clearly a rebuttal to Christianity, where the primary focus is that God sent down his Son and God is tripartite. And for Muslims, this is anathema, God is one, not three. So clearly there is some kind of response to the Christian presence in the city. That inscription is made in gold cubes. They're small glass cubes with gold foil on them. They are by far the most expensive kind of cube. And in Christian buildings, often are used for halos, or used behind the figure of Christ. In the Dome of the Rock, they're used for this inscription that runs around the building.
The Quran became the focus of devotion, but it also became the focus of art.
From the earliest times on, Muslims tried to make Quran manuscripts as beautiful as possible. Calligraphy, the art of beautiful writing, is considered more important than all the other arts.
Today, one of the most well-respected Muslim calligraphers in the world is a convert from California. After teaching himself Arabic and working for over 20 years to perfect his art, Mohammad Zakaria finally traveled to Turkey to learn from the masters in 1983.
Basically, they made a deal and they said, if you want to start all the way from the beginning, if you want to forget everything you learned about calligraphy for a while and sort of go from blank from start, just like you'd never picked up a pen before, and go through the lessons, he says, we'll be behind you all the way with this thing and help you out. But if you can't do that, have a nice time in Istanbul.
Zakaria accepted the challenge and began to learn his craft again, just as the first masters had before him.
Traditionally, Muslims always wrote with a reed pen. So you went out and you had reeds, or you imported reeds. Trimming the pen is even more important. Cutting the nib is even more important than actually the reed itself. And you have a tool on which you lay the reed when you cut it, and a special knife. And people collected these tools and gathered them in their little tool boxes.
Decorated with geometric designs and calligraphy, These toolboxes alluded to the practical use of the box, as well as the mystical power of the pen.
I've always had a facility for carving, but to cut a pen, you need a knife of a certain shape with a certain curvature in the blade. If it isn't that curvature, you're never going to cut a good tip.
In the 7th century, calligraphers wrote the Quran on treated animal skins called parchment.
The parchment was so important and so expensive that sometimes they even reused it, and they scraped away an earlier text and rewrote on top of it. And what's happened over time is the earlier text has darkened and you can actually see it underneath.
Most of them, they're readable or legible, they're practical, they're very, very interesting, but they don't rise to the level of art. But every now and then you see one of them, and you look at it and say, how on earth could this guy have done that, How'd they do their ink? How'd they cut their pen? We don't even know what the angle the pens were cut. But it simply takes your breath away.
Islamic calligraphy was forever altered by a new invention from the East, paper.
Paper was introduced into the Islamic world in the 8th century due to interaction between China and the Islamic Caliphate. So the technique of paper making and actual paper makers were transported from China to Islamic lands, and paper just takes off in an Islamic context.
Just as important as the pen, the paper must be specially treated and prepared for calligraphy.
The man who taught me paper making or paper prep took me aside one day and said, I'm going to show it all to you. The paper is rubbed with a rag that has a bit of soap on it. The soap is dry rubbed on the rag, and it's a wool felt, and it's rubbed all over the paper to give it lubrication. Otherwise, the burnisher would snag the surface and just scratch the heck out of it. You want to have it smooth so the pen will glide across the surface, but you also don't want it slippery. You want to have the paper have a grab to it, just enough. So it holds the pen, doesn't slip, the ink sits on the surface, doesn't penetrate.
For the calligrapher, the process of copying the words of the Quran is, in itself, a meditation, a prayer, as God speaks through the pen.
And when you write, it just writes itself. Your own connection with it feels minimal because your concentration is concentration without thinking about it being concentration. It's what the old Arabs used to call the sahl al-mumtani, which is the ease that comes from practice that makes the hard thing look easy.
Now, it is impossible, if you are writing with a reed pen, to write more than 2 or 3 letters with one pen stroke. You have to recharge your pen. You have to dip it back into the ink. But the point with calligraphy is to not see those strokes, to not see the difference between one and the next, to imagine that it was written with an unending pen.
The old guys used to hold their breath under the theory that if you hold your breath when the pen is in motion, the breath goes down into your hand, through the pen and into the paper. And that's what would give it that life, and or breath, as they would call it.
You are not looking to see any human interaction. You are looking to see the divine. When you see a manuscript that has all these little marks on it, that's a later manuscript because it's meant to be used by someone who's actually reading the text, not just using it to recall what he already had memorized.
We also have chapter headings that are illuminated. Illumination is a very important art form in the production of Islamic manuscripts. It serves to navigate the reader through the different sections of the text.
Because calligraphy basically is for reading, It's not really about paper, pens, ink, and stuff like that. It's about meaning. And in my case, I'm an American. Obviously, wherever I go, I'm the pink one, and you see a photograph of all the calligraphers, and I'm in there, and that guy looks really funny, But it's, what am I doing with it? So I try to bring it out, what it means, and for me, that's absolutely the number one thing. I have access to this material, and I have to pass it on.
It is that divine presence embodied in the word that appears throughout Islamic art as writing becomes ornament.
I'm always moved when I hold a plate or a ceramic object or a metal pen case and think to myself, I'm holding the same thing that someone 1,000 years ago or 600 years ago held. I'm repeating the experience. I'm in a different place, a different moment in history. I'm a different human being. Everything about my world is different except that object, and that object comes forward intact. That's very moving.
Many buildings in the Islamic world are imbued with the voice of God as elaborate inscriptions speak from their stone walls.
They really are beautiful to look at. Even if one doesn't understand them, one can always appreciate their beauty.
And those inscriptions are usually in places that you cannot really read. You're not expected to read, but you expect to relate to them because you know what's going to be there. You just know what sorts of verses of the Quran are used, for example, in certain buildings, or in the case of Alhambra, it's the beautiful poetry.
The Alhambra was built in the 14th century by the last Muslim rulers of Granada, Spain. Part fortress, part palace, the Alhambra provided a princely refuge from the ravages of a fading empire.
In order to feel the Alhambra, to know what was meant, you have to go slowly and read the poetry that is written just at eye level inside the building. I could spend hours standing by a window, reading inscription, looking at this. That's what it was made for. It is meant to be lived in.
In some cases, some of the writing actually is as if the building is speaking about itself. So you have the dome or the wall or the fountain talking to the viewer and telling you what it's about and how it functions, or how it's set within the building itself.
The water basin whispers, melted silver flows through the pearls which it resembles in its pure dawn beauty. Water and marble seem to be as one.
The calligraphy, as it melds into ornament, the boundary between the two is so subtle that they become so extraordinarily good at just weaving shapes in and out of one another. Are these zoomorphic? Do they come out of vegetable life? You know, you can't really tell, and it doesn't make any difference because they arrive at a place that totally masks and has left the place from which they came.
UPF works for peace in the media by creating a better understanding of Muslims and Islam.
By telling stories through this modern medium of film, we're really able to touch the hearts and minds of millions.
There are many great stories about Muslims. We look for the ones that appeal to the broadest audience possible.
Let's make peace happen.
Visit our 3D art gallery. Walk through and get a virtual and immersive experience of an art gallery. Bring glamour to your home. Buy a beautiful piece of Islamic art at www.islamicartsociety.org.
Assalamu alaikum. Greetings of peace. I'm Michael Wolf, one of the founders and producers at Unity Productions Foundation, and I'm going to share with you an excerpt from our film Islamic Art, Mirror of the Invisible World. This excerpt concerns itself with space in architecture. In rewatching the segment you're about to see, I was struck by how much the architectural styles of the early mosques are unified by a longing for home, by a kind of sacred nostalgia. The first mosques in Medina, dating from the early 7th century, repeat a format common to homes in Arabia: an open courtyard with long rooms to one or two sides, set off under columns, the columns laid out on a grid. A forest of columns, one of our commentators says. And that was literally true in 7th century Arabia, where the columns were made out of the trunks of palm trees. The same hypostyle format, hypostyle, many columns, shows up 100 years later in Syria to the north. The columns made of marble this time. And another century later, and 4,000 miles away, it shows up again in Andalusian Spain. The same hypostyle arrangement, imported this time by an exiled Syrian caliph far from home. Emotion, longing for one's birthplace are at the spiritual core of the early Islamic mosque. After many centuries, this begins to fade away, or rather to blend in with the dome, the arch, other architectural elements, and with the sacred emotion of the people who pray inside these places, expressing their longing to return not to a physical location, but to God. During the making of this part of the movie, I wondered about a different kind of connection between the first mosques in Arabia and this time the amazing West African adobe mosques in Mali. These two geographies, 5,000 miles away, many centuries apart, share some common characteristics. You know, Medina and Janneh are both desert settings, with more sand and mud on hand than rock. The difference in the Janneh Mosque is the floodplain of the Bani and Niger rivers at its door. You'll see in the film what an important part water plays in the unique adobe surfaces of the mosque, which at first glance appear to be almost patted into place by human hands. The Janneh Mosque employs another trick too, the play of light and shadow. We filmed its exterior at an hour when the shadows cast by supporting transverse timbers produce a geometric pattern that elaborates the structure and turns a plain seeming surface into a complicated decorative canvas. Look for it when we get to that part of this chapter on the use of space. Let's take a look.
The cities of the Muslim world, extending across 3 continents, are as diverse as their people, but the fundamental human need for shelter is common to all.
We put tremendous effort in what we build, and therefore they reflect a great deal about us, about our values, economic values, social values, cultural values. You have mosques, you have palaces, you have very impressive military architecture. I mean, you have the whole spectrum of buildings that cover what people use.
The first mosques were made from simple, unadorned mud brick. Hearing the call to prayer, Muslims gathered in open courtyards, all facing the side of the mosque closest to Mecca. Later, direction is shown by a niche in the wall called the mihrab.
Other than the mihrab, in real terms, there is no other standard element that has to be in a mosque. The mosque is one of the elements that are ubiquitous to Muslim societies, yet it is built, expressed in very different ways, historically.
One of the oldest surviving mosques is in Damascus, Syria. Finished in 715, it was built a little over 100 years after the birth of Islam. The Great Mosque of Damascus reveals how Islamic architecture quickly adapted to the changing needs of a growing religion.
More and more specialization develops within mosque spaces. So you have special places for the prince and special places for ablution and special places for the call to prayer. It becomes more hierarchical.
A pulpit called a minbar was added for the reading of the Friday sermon, making the speaker visible to the entire congregation. In order to create a large enough space to house the city's entire Muslim population for Friday prayer, the Great Mosque of Damascus was built in the hypostyle form.
The hypostyle mosque simply is the idea of a series of columns built along a grid. So what you end up with is a forest of columns, an infinite space. So you look and you see column after column after column. It's a very spiritual experience. And you find it very often in the mosques that were built during the first 3-4 centuries of Islamic history.
Outside in the mosque courtyard, glass mosaics sparkle in the sunlight, evoking a protected and sacred natural space within the stone walls of the mosque.
It incorporated the largest service of mosaics ever created anywhere in the world. You have rivers and houses and trees, and some have read that as an expression of Damascus, a city that is known for its Barada River and also for its orchards. Another was that this is a representation of what paradise would be like. So you have that reading of the mosque, which is very interesting.
But the leaders of the dynasty that created the wealth and power of Damascus would perish later in the 8th century. After a violent political rebellion, a young Syrian prince named Abd al-Rahman was forced to flee Damascus, narrowly escaping a certain death at the hands of his family's rival. Abd al-Rahman made his way through North Africa and on to Cordoba, Spain, seeking refuge in the struggling European outpost of the Islamic Empire. There, the prince founded a dynasty of his own. His subjects called him al-Dakil, or the immigrant, but Abd al-Rahman made Cordoba his home. As he set out to create a great mosque for his new capital, he used the hypostyle Mosque of Damascus as his blueprint, longing for the Syrian homeland to which he could never return.
Abd al-Rahman I, who built one of the masterpieces of Islamic architecture and of world architecture. He had access to older Visigothic columns that he found in Spain. These were relatively short columns. They didn't have the sense of monumentality that we could find in an earlier building such as the Great Mosque of Damascus. So what he did is he put 2 rows of arches on top of each other to raise the ceiling and get a higher building. And it actually created this wonderful spatial effect. And whenever the building was expanded, that system was maintained.
One of the extensions was to add this fabulous mihrab, which is right now on the Qibla wall, and it's done in the same technique of mosaic that had been used earlier in Damascus.
Added 200 years after the mosque was first constructed, the mosaics required a skill unknown to the artisans of Cordoba.
They had to write to the Byzantine emperor and say, send us a mosaicist and the glass cubes so we can learn how to do this.
You make sheets of glass in different colors, and then you cut it up into little pieces, little cubes, and then you set them in plaster to make designs.
Mixing Byzantine and Roman techniques with Islamic style, the Great Mosque of Cordoba created a striking juxtaposition of old and new.
You take a look at the arches, as opposed to the round arches that are used in Damascus and Syria, we have slightly horseshoe arches, so there's a little bit of a local tradition.
Islamic architecture has this ability to absorb the best, the solutions that are already on the ground in these regional areas, and to realize what is, in fact, a continuous tradition of a mosque in all of those different areas using different adaptive techniques.
By the 14th century, Muslim Spain had developed its own distinct style of architecture, shown nowhere more magnificently than in Granada's Alhambra Palace.
Palaces express another aspect of life, more a life of luxury, a life of refinement. There is spirituality even in those buildings. In many ways, they also express the power of the ruler, partly in terms of how space is manipulated, how as a visitor you have to go through a certain series of spaces to enter it. But you see, I think, how there is a sense of refinement and sophistication in the use of visual form and natural resources in those buildings.
Courtyards open to the sky but still inside the palace walls blend the interior with the exterior, creating a varied and vast domain.
But also there's the light and how it plays, the color, even the smell, and of course architecture embodies that.
In 1453, the Islamic world and beyond was forever changed when the Muslim Ottomans captured Constantinople from the Christian Byzantines. The conquest signaled a new era of expansion and empire for the Ottomans, who would reach eventually into North Africa, Eastern Europe, and the Arabian Gulf. Their capital became known as Istanbul. To display their increasing preeminence, the Ottoman sultans created the Topkapi Palace, an expansive court exemplifying royal life for the powerful Islamic Empire at its peak. Its most famous resident, Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent, easily outshone his 16th century European counterparts in wealth and influence.
The Ottoman Empire was very hierarchical, and so is the space in Topkapi, that you are moving linearly in toward the most restricted space, which is where the Sultan was.
Palaces, of course, were only for the elite. They were for the delectation of the prince and his court and whoever visited him there. So it's part of that elite world of art.
A great cultural patron, Suleiman also wrote poetry, espousing the traits of a benevolent prince. Do not sleep. Be awake on your throne. Our strong hands hold the fate of the world.
16th century is a time of princes all over the world making beautiful things in order to compete with each other. Sultan Suleiman was the first sultan who realized that he was not just continuing old empires, but he was creating a new empire.
Suleiman was named for the wise King Solomon, and his signature graces many of his creative endeavors, including the Topkapi Palace. His vision for the new empire was far-reaching and even extended into Jerusalem, to the venerated site of the Dome of the Rock.
Originally it was covered with mosaics, and the dome was not gold-leafed. I think it was just lead covered. Under the Ottomans in the 16th century, the mosaics had deteriorated, so basically glazed tiles were put in its place.
The renovations, instead of thinking of them as changes, what I love to see about it is it shows how meaningful the building remains. That is, people always thought it was worth redoing and repairing.
Suleiman asserted his power across the Ottoman Empire, but his legacy endures most in Istanbul. Completed in 1558, Suleiman's imperial mosque, the Süleymaniye, represents the coming together of a great patron and a great architect, Mimar Sinan. The son of a Greek stonemason, Sinan rose in the ranks of the Ottoman court, becoming a military architect before designing the greatest monuments of the Ottoman Empire.
Sinan was trained as an engineer, and you can see his engineering ability come to the fore in buildings like the Süleymaniye.
What you have is large, dominating, overwhelming dome that just defines an enormous space beneath it, and the Ottoman, especially Imperial Ottoman architecture, has always emphasized that.
The structure is very, very clear, and the ornament is used in a very, very restrained way to emphasize the structure, but not overwhelm it.
Perhaps the greatest source of inspiration for Sinan was the nearby dome of the Byzantine church of Hagia Sophia, built in the 6th century and converted to a mosque by the Ottomans.
We know from written documents that Sultan Suleiman and his architect Sinan tried to outdo what was there before. So the dome is slightly larger than the dome in Hagia Sophia. It's much better proportioned. The spaces are opened up much more. There are all kinds of better and more adventuresome things in it. But it is clearly within the same tradition.
Whether domed or hypostyle, plain or ornamented, all mosques serve the same purpose.
They reflect how people perceived and understood prayer. And they expressed that from different places, in different ideas, in different ways.
The differences between the very simple mosques and the very complex, highly engineered buildings have to do with local cultural traditions, the availability of materials, and of course the availability of money and technologies.
In the West African Muslim country of Mali, the buildings of Djenné evoke the simplicity of early Islamic architecture. Settled between the Niger and Bani rivers, Djenné survives despite the torrents of monsoons and flooding. Shelter has always been made from what is locally available, and during the rainy seasons, Djenné is rich in water and earth. The great mosque of Djenné celebrates these natural resources.
It is unique, made entirely of mud brick. I have traveled to many places and seen many mosques, but none look like the mosque of Djenné.
In some ways, it redefines our conception of what a mosque is, and it emphasizes the fact that diversity is a very important issue to keep in mind whenever thinking about the architecture of the Islamic world.
Rebuilt many times on its original 13th century site, the massive mud structure's shape comes from a millennia-old West African tradition, not Islamic design.
However different the outside may be, the inside has all the elements that a Muslim coming in from Iraq or Saudi Arabia would find familiar.
The hypostyle mosque's flat roof is supported by 99 columns, one for each of the 99 names of God.
And these pillars go up 3 stories. They're not shaped like the pillars of the Greek temple that gives you the image of soaring space. They are quite squat. But still, there's this sense that you're in a forest. The light is streaming through, being broken up by this network of pillars. It's a very different light. It's a very different use of light and space than you find in your everyday life.
For Muslims entering the mosque to pray, its towering space is informed by their faith, the mystical branch of Islam called Sufism.
The West African brand of Sufism is very, very tolerant. And the tolerance comes from the fact that everyone is allowed to have, within certain boundaries, but everyone is allowed to have their own experience and to celebrate their own experience with God. It's something about we humans that we need to make space where we can be alone with our own thoughts, with the knowledge that we're only a very small speck in this larger universe.
The Great Mosque of Djenné doesn't have what people think of as mosque architecture, the big dome, the tall minarets, but it is local in that it's the same architectural style as the mosque in the village next door. And there is the sort of intimate picture, which is how this space is used by people in and around Djenné. It is a reflection of how people perceive their place of prayer.
Since the segment we just watched ends with the Djenné Mosque in Mali, let me add a short postscript. Often in mosques and buildings around the world, you see lines from the Quran used as decorative calligraphy. In the case of the Djenné Mosque, the liturgy is concretely incorporated into the building's architecture with its 99 columns, reminding its occupants of the 99 attributes of God, the different qualities, Allah the merciful, Allah the forgiving, Allah the truth, and the like, attached to God's name as reminders in various passages throughout the Quran. The city of Djenné is a UNESCO historical site. Like its legendary sister city, Timbuktu, it's home to both a monumental mosque and to many, many Quranic schools, over 50 in Djenné, where students come from all over West Africa to study Arabic and the traditions of the Quran. Over the centuries, Djenné, again like Timbuktu, has become a repository of invaluable manuscripts, copied and stored by the thousand in private homes of long-established local families. In the last 15 years of militant upheaval, several thousand manuscripts were destroyed by extremists in Timbuktu. Jenne, on the other hand, 100 miles south of the militant occupation zone, went untouched. The Jenne Manuscript Library is housed just to the south of the great Jenne Mosque and is very much a part of the mosque historically, culturally, religiously. An effort to digitize the entire collection began there in 2011, and it is still underway. Well, thank you for tuning in. You can watch the entire film, Islamic Art, Mirror of the Invisible World, on Amazon Prime Video or on iTunes. And visit upf.tv to learn more about the films of Unity Productions Foundation. Thank you.
UPF works for peace in the media by creating a better understanding of Muslims and Islam.
By telling stories through this modern medium of film, we're really able to touch the hearts and minds of millions.
There are many great stories about Muslims. We look for the ones that appeal to the broadest audience possible.
Let's make peace happen.
The world is full of signs that we often do not see.
Can I go out with my friends?
Not today, Lamia. I have a bad feeling.
You're leaving? I brought you a new one. Do you know who Rumi is? He lived a long time ago in a beautiful city, but then conquerors invaded. He became a refugee.
I know it seems hopeless, Jalal. But try to look beyond this moment. You were made a writer because someone somewhere needs your words.
Lamia! Lamia! Oh my God!
How are we going to get across the sea?
We'll have to pay someone.
This book, it's special, very special.
My name's Lemia.
Jalaluddin. But you can call me Jalal. Everyone does.
Jalaluddin? Rumi?
Do you want a place on the raft or not?
Please, it's all I have.
Unseen door in
your own essence. It opens to an ocean of light.
It carries you across time and space and connects you to the entire universe.
Have you seen my daughter?
Lamia.
Visit our 3D art gallery. Walk through and get a virtual and immersive experience of an art gallery. Bring glamour to your home. Buy a beautiful piece of Islamic art at www.islamicartsociety.org. Visit our 3D art gallery. Walk through and get a virtual and immersive experience of an art gallery. Bring glamour to your home. Buy a beautiful piece of Islamic art at www.islamicartsociety.org.
Assalamu alaikum and greetings to our honorary festival committee members, fellow artists, sponsors, and many friends and supporters. As an artist and a board member, it has been my pleasure to be with you this weekend in this celebration of Islamic arts and culture, as carried out by Muslim societies through the generations and from lands east to west. Today and here, we are so proud to extend the legacy of Islamic artistic traditions, as refined by so many experts over the centuries. As we look back with pride on their accomplishments, we are now also proud of the way today's artists practice and improvise their techniques to build upon the legacy of their predecessors. With this festival, we have celebrated the contributions of our Islamic Art Society artists. With passion and dedication, my fellow artists, Nazle Chishmeshi, Nihal Sonmez, Sana Mirza, and Zohra Siddiqui have brought you live demonstrations of beautiful Islamic art forms. Muslims and art? The West has not had a full appreciation of this particular beautiful association. And now, as an organization, the Islamic Art Society can highlight this aspect and impress this upon the general public, as well as the thought leaders in the field of arts as well. People just don't decide to change their mind and act accordingly. They are personally moved to do so by emotionally powerful stimuli. And art has the power to move the hearts and minds. We at the Islamic Art Society will continue to engage the broader community to get to know us better.
Assalamu alaikum and good evening. May peace and blessings be upon you. My name is Zakia Lalani, and I am one of the founding board member and current treasurer of the Islamic Arts Society. I am very honored and privileged to be part of this unique organization, which has provided a platform to many artists to showcase their artistic talent. Their art and this organization allows me as a board member to build and strengthen bridges within communities. Islamic Art Society brings awareness and showcases the positive face of Islam through art, and this is a commendable achievement. Islam has taught us about core values such as modesty, patience, humility, forbearance, and consultation. The works of art that you have seen during this weekend's festival capture and highlight those values. Art is able to teach us about history and different cultures and allows us to appreciate and understand the diversity within our communities. From the words of His Highness the Aga Khan at Aga Khan Music Awards in Lisbon, Portugal on March 31st, 2019, and I quote, "Art is a matter of humanity just as much as it is a matter of identity. As Islamic tradition has reminded us for many centuries, the divine spark that bestows upon us our individuality also bonds individuals in a common human family." End of quote. Being a founding board member, I have come across many artists and people from various backgrounds and identities, and I have tried to bring them together through our common passion for art. And together we have celebrated diversity of cultures and pluralism through Islamic art. I hope that you all have enjoyed our first virtual and 7th annual Islamic Art Festival. Thank you and stay safe.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Zulfikar Ali. As Vice President and founding board member of Islamic Art Society, I want to thank everyone who organized and participated in this event. However, no festival is complete without interesting classes and presentations where our audience can learn something unique about Islamic art. My special thanks to Munthar Yusuf and Shabir Safi for teaching calligraphy classes during this festival. I also want to thank Huzaifa Taki, Usama Qureshi for writing names, prayers, and inspiring phrases. Last but not the least, thanks to our calligraphers who participate in various events throughout the year. They include Sayyid Fakhri, Behla Sefi, Fahim Somani, Frank Harris, Dr. Isa, Sana Mirza, and many others. I want to end with a famous quote about calligraphers. It is amazing to see their reed pens drinking darkness and pouring out light. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Athar Jamil and I am one of the founding board members of Islamic Art Society. For those of you who have visited the Islamic Art Festival in the past 6 years know that it's a huge undertaking. It's a huge challenge, a challenge that a lot of our volunteers, organizers, and artists have met year after year. But due to COVID-19, this year, our challenge has to be taken to a new level. And the challenge was to provide all the activities, programs, and live events that our guests are accustomed to in an in-person festival. Not only that, but to provide this experience remotely so they can enjoy this immersive experience at home. Hope you enjoy the live programs, classes, and activities, especially the immersive experience of a 3D art gallery that we designed for you. Hope you are taking a little piece of Islamic art to beautify your home this weekend. Lastly, I want to thank all the volunteers and especially Fahim Somani, who designed the 3D art gallery for us. And of course you, our guests, who make the Islamic Art Festival a success every year. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Munira Hamid Kundi and I am a surgeon here in the Houston, Texas area and most privileged to be part of the Islamic Art Society board. Firstly, I would like to thank all those who took part in this historic event. The artists, the organizers, the media partners, and foremost, our dedicated volunteers who have helped put together this event, which is perhaps the first of its kind in the entire Islamic world. This event is a true reflection of the past meeting the future with the present-day technology. It mirrors the very fact that our past, present, and future is all interconnected, just like the world we live in. We can make them all embrace each other in a perfect combination to have a beautiful dialogue. And art, as an expression of dialogue, is the most powerful message one can deliver. Very often I am asked, why do surgeons become part of an art society? And I say that this is the same philosophy that I have adopted in my profession as well. Surgery is in essence an art with adaptation of scientific, that is modern technology, in the same dialogue that we carry out in our daily lives. Again, my deepest thanks to all those who attended and helped make this event a success. We hope to keep you all engaged with many more exciting events in the future as well. God bless.
Wow, what an amazing experience we have been through. COVID did not succeed in jeopardizing the annual art festival, a 7-year tradition now. The fear of pandemic did not cut into the enthusiasm for Islamic art. The safety concerns did not stop us from visiting the art displays, attending the classes on Ebru art, or partaking in the colorful presentations of calligraphy. Friends, this is the power of art. It cuts through pain and misery. It overcomes stigmas and stereotyping. Art allows us to overcome fear, and most important, it allows us to see the artist and their culture in different lights. Lights of hope and inspiration, in colors, designs, and shapes. This year, our art and artists overcame the health misery faced by the whole world. We have been able to deliver the rich experience right on your desktop or in your palms in a safe manner. Ladies and gentlemen, the power that these days is in the perception. It is in what people see as adding value, something that projects them and their community positively. Islamic art not only has the power to bring various cultures, languages, sects, traditions, and backgrounds of all Muslim American communities together as one, but it also provides a powerful medium of immersion for the Muslims in the larger American mainstream. This Muslim immersion in America has not always been easy or painless. However, this immersion, utilizing Islamic arts with its bright colors, soothing themes, intricate designs, complex geometry, and mind-boggling calligraphy, is not only pleasing to the eyes, but fulfilling experience for the larger society. That larger American society in this land of the free is yearning for a medium that allows Americans to express its universal appeal, its diversity, its respect for all, and its desire of the fellow Americans to appeal to the world that we are understanding, accommodating, compassionate people who treasure Islam as part and parcel of our American society. I would like to close by saying that I am honored and proud to stand before you today as a founding member of the Islamic Art Society. On behalf of the entire board, I thank all of the participants, artists, sponsors, supporters, and host committee members. Stay safe, stay healthy, keep beating COVID, and keep looking at Islamic art for inspiration. Inshallah, we'll see you next year.
Dear friends of the Islamic Art Society, I am glad you could join us for the closing ceremony of the 7th Annual Islamic Arts Festival. It was a unique and beautiful online event, once again, a first of its kind in North America. Over the last 2 days, you saw beautiful examples of Islamic art. You saw live demonstrations, you enjoyed children's art activities, and you heard wonderful stories from Islamic lands far away. And you heard panel discussions from our experts on Islamic art. All these programs will still be available on our website and social media for the next few days. So please be sure to visit us again and check it out if you've missed anything. I hope you enjoyed this beautiful presentation. All this would not have been possible without the help of our large team of volunteers. There are too many to mention individually, but I would especially want to thank Harim Tahir and Mishal Siddiqui for the countless hours of hard work and dedication. Also, I want to thank all the artists who have participated in this festival. Some of you have been with us for many years. Without your commitment to the promotion of Islamic arts, we would not have been able to achieve what we have done so far. You are the backbone of our society, and I want to congratulate you on the groundbreaking work that you're doing in promoting the softer image of Islam through arts. Years later, you will be remembered for your contribution to promoting beauty and harmony in our society. Dear friends of the Islamic Art Society, we hope you have enjoyed the programs over the last 2 days. We hope to continue sharing the beauty of Islamic arts with you throughout the year, as always. So please stay tuned as we move towards bigger and better things next year, inshallah. We have many events already lined up for the upcoming months, but I specifically want to request you to check out our next big upcoming event, that is Draw Art for the Love of Muhammad, peace be upon him, on our website. With that, a very warm goodbye from the Islamic Arts Society. God willing, we'll look forward to seeing you again next year at the Islamic Arts Festival.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Harim Tahir here on behalf of Islamic Art Society. What wonderful programming we have witnessed over the last 2 days. As we close our 7th Annual Islamic Arts Festival, we are mindful of the fact that without your virtual participation during this pandemic-driven environment, this festival would not have been possible. You, the participants, the artists, the art lovers, are the backbone of this festival, and we are thankful to you all from the bottom of our hearts. We thank our sponsors, the Asia Society, Munich Institute of Religious Tolerance of the Rice University, the Interfaith Ministries, the Islamic Society of Greater Houston, the Refugee Service of Texas, our technology partner Clickbit, our production partner Mr. Zishan Jaffrey of ZJ Productions of Houston, our art consultant Mr. Fahim Samani, our panel moderator Dr. Ali Asani, and last but not the least, our star volunteer Mishal Siddiqui. Ladies and gentlemen, last but certainly not least, and the person who definitely played a key role in designing, organizing, and managing this humongous task. He is a founding board member of IES and the chair of the 7th Annual Islamic Arts Festival, Mr. Athar Jamil. An artist himself, Mr. Jamil is also an IT professional, which is a skill set that was necessary to bring you this festival virtually. Inshallah, see you all next year with a festival that will be bigger and better.
Visit our 3D art gallery. Walk through and get a virtual and immersive experience of an art gallery. Bring glamour to your home. Buy a beautiful piece of Islamic art at www.islamicartsociety.org.